please. Just before we get into the daily routine, I'm going to provide the Speaker's ruling on the outstanding 3 points of privilege. The first point was raised on October 16th by the Honourable Minister of Finance, who complained that the Honourable Leader of the NDP had misled the House in quoting from a briefing note during question period on October 15th. The point was raised the next sitting day, so there are no issues of timeliness, the matter having been raised at its earliest opportunity. The Minister complained that the Leader of the NDP made the following quotation from a briefing note. This might suggest that GTC led to an improvement of about 55 persons per year, while GRR led to an improvement of about 542 persons per year, not leaving the province, end quote. She pointed out that other statements in the document led to a contrary conclusion. I have reviewed Hansard for the day, and the actual quotation was only part of that read by the Minister in her complaint. It was, quote, GRR led to an improvement of about 542 persons per year, not leaving the province, end quote. I have looked at the briefing note tabled and observed that it does not contain the phrase quoted by the Leader of the NDP. It also contains the analysis referred to by the Minister questioning the conclusion. I conclude that the quotation by the Leader of the NDP was accurate. She did not make it up. It is in the document. The fact that the Minister's briefing note contained other material is something the Honourable Minister could have brought up in the House without resorting to a point of privilege. An allegation that another member has intentionally misled the House is an allegation of contempt of the House and is an extremely grave parliamentary matter. It should not be used to make points that can be addressed through the normal course of debate. The Chair is not going to get into, that's me, editorial reviews over proper interpretation of documents quoted in debate. I find that this is not a prima facie question of privilege. The second point of privilege was raised on October 21st by the Honourable Member for Kings North, who complained that the Honourable Minister of Agriculture had misled the House on October 8th with respect to an interview he had given some time before that date. The particulars of which interview the Minister might have given were not set out in the debate on October the 8th, but the member for Kings North tabled a transcript of a September the 30th interview when he raised his point of privilege on October the 21st. Members will recall that when the member of Kings North raised his point of privilege, I pointed out that the statement complained of had been made almost 2 weeks earlier and that the essential element of a point of privilege was that it be raised at its earliest opportunity. That was why I asked the member when he had become aware of the facts he was relying on. The member advised that the information he was relying on had come to his attention on Thursday, October the 16th, which was 5 days before he raised the point in the House. The matter was not raised at the earliest opportunity. The authorities are clear that even a delay of 1 day can be fatal in raising a point of privilege, and that is the case here, and therefore I am not entertaining it. That being said, I believe the materials submitted did not establish a prima facie question of privilege. Again, it seemed that what was raised was a disagreement of facts between members. A disagreement over whether the Minister said something in an unspecified interview when he may have given several on a high-profile issue is hardly a matter of grave importance. This type of debate should not be raised as a matter of privilege for this House to consider. The third point of privilege was raised on October 23rd by the Honourable Leader of the NDP, who complained that the Premier had misled the House on October 21st with respect to his characterization of the federal NDP's vote on a matter in 2006. I find that the matter was raised at the earliest possible opportunity, even though it was dealt with on the second day after the alleged matter. The Honourable Leader of the NDP had given me notice on October 22nd that she would be raising the point when the House sat in the afternoon. At the beginning of the sitting on October 22nd, she approached the Speaker's chair and asked if she should wait until the next day. Given the horrific and tragic events that were unfolding in Ottawa that day, I exercised my discretion and agreed that it would be appropriate to wait. In raising her point, the Leader of the NDP complained that the Premier had said that in 2006 it was, quote, the New Democratic Party that voted against a national child care plan, end quote. She advised the House that the vote on the budget that contained the national child care plan had actually been held in 2005, and the NDP had voted in favor of it. She advised that the NDP's negative vote in 2006 was actually on a budget in which the national child care benefit replaced the national child care plan. Once again, I have to caution all members that using points of privilege to raise points of debate to characterize the Premier's point about, quote, a plan in a particular year as being incorrect because there had been a vote on, quote, the plan in a different year, while conceding that there had been a vote on something directly related in the year he did mention, it strikes me as real quibble and is certainly a disagreement between members over facts. This does not raise a prima facie question of privilege. In conclusion, we've had 3 points of privilege raised, one from each caucus in this House. None of them have been valid points of privilege. As I have stressed, the questions of contempt of this House that are raised as points of privilege are reserved for grave allegations. This is the type of point that is not to be used for gotcha points during debate or to offer retorts for something that is disagreeable as said by other members in debate. I raise this now as I was told by the Chief Clerk that another member yet had thought they had caught a misstatement by a fellow member and said they planned to raise another point of privilege. Fortunately, this did not happen after consultation with the clerk. But I am concerned that members, particularly those of us who are still relatively new to the Assembly, not get started down the road of the wrong path of misusing points of privilege in this way. I note that in each case I have ruled on, the members accused of intentionally misleading the House rose and stated clearly they had not intended to mislead the House. As a previous speaker said in his ruling on April 23, 2013, a member who states that they had not intended to mislead the House over a matter is to be taken at his or her word, and such a statement will usually conclude the matter. I have given this House more detailed rulings today in the hope that we can see an end to this sort of practice. Thank you for your attention. Now, on to our daily routine. Beginning with the tabling of petitions. Reports from committees. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. As Chair of the Committee on Law Amendments, I'm directed to report that the committee has met and considered the following bills. Bill number 6, an act to amend Chapter 342 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Petroleum Resources Act. Bill number 18, an act to amend Chapter 3 of the Acts of 1987, the Canada-Nova Scotia Offshore Petroleum Resources Accord Implementation, Nova Scotia Act. Bill number 22, an act to amend Chapter 8 of the Act of 1993, the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission Act. Bill number 25, an act to amend Chapter 211 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Housing Act, and Chapter 213 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Housing Nova Scotia Act. Bill number 26, an act to amend Chapter 33 of the Acts of 2008, the Animal Protection Act. Bill number 49, an act improve economic development in Nova Scotia. Bill number 50, an act to amend Chapter 39 of the Acts of 2008, the Halifax Regional Municipality Charter. The committee recommends these bills to the favorable consideration of the House without amendment.
Ordered that these bills be referred to the Committee on Whole House on Bills. The Honourable Member for Inverness.
Mr. Speaker, as Chair of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, I beg leave to table an annual report from January to June of 2014.
The report is tabled. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. Statements by ministers. Government notices of motion. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, on behalf of my colleague, the Minister of Health and Wellness from Kings West, I hereby give notice on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Canadian Patient Safety Week aims to increase awareness of patient safety issues and to share information about best practices in patient safety at national, regional, and local levels. Whereas the theme of Canadian Patient Safety Week encourages all healthcare professionals, patients, clients, residents, and their families to ask questions, listen carefully, and talk openly about concerns. Whereas this year's focus is hand hygiene and is the primary means to reduce healthcare-associated infection, and when it's demonstrated by leaders, the compliance of others can improve by up to 70%. Therefore, be it resolved that October 27th to 31st be known as Canadian Patient Safety Week in the province of Nova Scotia. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. We'll now move on to introduction of bills. The Honourable Minister of Public Service Commission and Internal Services.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting Shared Services for Crown Corporations, Government Departments, and Public Sector Entities.
The Honourable Minister of Internal Services and the Public Service Commission begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting Shared Services for Crown Corporations, Government Departments, and Public Sector Entities.
Bill number 63, entitled An Act Respecting Shared Services for Crown Corporations, Government Departments, and Public Sector Entities.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. The Honourable Member for Pictou East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Pension Benefits Regulations with respect to necessary home repairs and renovations due to medical disability.
The Honourable Member for Pictou East begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Pension Benefits Regulations with respect to necessary home repairs and renovations due to medical disability.
Mr. Speaker, I believe I misstated the number on the last bill. The last bill was 62. This is Bill 63, entitled An Act to Amend the Pension Benefits Regulations with respect to necessary home repairs and renovations due to medical disability.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. We'll now move on to notices of motion. There is still notices of motion. We still have the ability to do 4. So we'll now move on to member statements. And we will do as many as we can, concluding at 2:15. The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to thank all members of the House as we move to a new way of doing business this week. I know and I'm sure all members enjoyed the opportunity to spend yesterday in their constituency offices responding to the needs of the constituents. Mr. Speaker, as you know, yesterday we had our first law amendments meeting last night, which was encouraging. As well today, we're moving into member statements. We'll begin the first of our 50-minute question periods, which will go from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday, which is a new thing for this House, and I think we all should be encouraged by that. The fact that media get an opportunity to know when question period is going to be, as well as Nova Scotians get an opportunity when they can tune in. But it's my hope, it's my sincere hope, that this is not the end of the changes that are going to take place in this House. We need to do serious work when we look at the committee structure here to ensure that we modernize our way we do business.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In recent days, we've all been reminded of the bravery and dedication of the men and women who serve in the Canadian Forces. Last week, Master Seaman Neil Harper was awarded the Medal of Bravery from Governor-General David Johnston for just such a courageous act. On September 12, 2011, Master Seaman Harper put his life at risk to stop a diesel fuel leak aboard HMCS Iroquois. With little thought for his own safety, Master Seaman Harper entered a confined enclosure and, using only readily available materials, deflected the high-pressure leak away from a hot engine. His quick action and grace under pressure averted a significant risk of fire and loss of life. I ask all members to join me in offering Master Seaman Harper a heartfelt Bravo Zulu for his heroic actions. And I'll table that.
The Honourable Member for Queens Shelburne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my statement is in regard to the basic need of access to firewood, which for centuries has kept Nova Scotians warm throughout the cold winter months and reduced their energy costs. In May of this year, I requested an emergency meeting of the Resource Committee to deal with the lack of access to Crown lands for wood suppliers because of an awkward, clumsy permit system that leaves firewood suppliers across Nova Scotia to go begging at a sawmill in order to get access to wood fibre used for home heat. This is fundamentally wrong, a flawed process. Mr. Speaker, the Bullwaters lands were purchased for the public to have more access to Crown lands for recreation use and commercial fibre. Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government has used their majority power to block this emergency meeting that was requested. This minister has refused to meet with firewood suppliers this summer to get a better understanding.
Order, please. Time allotted for the member statement has expired. The Honourable Minister of Internal Services and the Public Service Commission.
Mr. Speaker, on October 28, 1940, 4 a.m., Greece's Prime Minister was given an ultimatum to allow Axis forces to occupy strategic parts of Greece. Prime Minister Metaxas' response was a defiant oiki, which translates to no. He also responded with alors c'est la guerre. Facing four armies simultaneously, Greece managed to resist occupation from the Axis forces for a remarkable 219 days. This was an enormous feat for such a small country who shed over 10% of its population during the war. October 20th is a national holiday in Greece and celebrated in Greek communities around the world. A quote from Franklin D. Roosevelt: on the 28th of October 1940, Greece was given a deadline of 3 hours to decide on war or peace. But even if a 3-day or 3-week or 3-year were given, the response would have been the same. The Greeks taught dignity throughout the centuries. When the entire world had lost all hope, the Greek people dared to question the invincibility of the German monster raising against it, the proud spirit of freedom.
The Honourable Member for Inverness.
Rhaenala Sir MacLeod, Jelov Colenta Dulchus Nanjarlach, agus Gach Kuog, Hachar, Riu, Centul Ur. Hafis gun Chuk, Shell Fuasglug, gan Schlich, Anna V. Tukshin, Marava Suyachug, and Chachwich Hain. Dunya Durachug, agus Bail, Arain Jelov, Yalos Hain, Achahuk, Buai, Milchin, as Gach Cairn as culture. Haya Hutch, Leorichin at der Henkahug, Gushach Gia Cannon. Gumbiamich San Tai, She Akur Urim, Dunya of Dun Vegan, and Shirmach Inernish, Agus Gavolog San Bea in Volta.
The honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Soup Cafe in Truro, which stands for Supportive Opportunities for Unemployed Persons, had a fundraiser where patrons could purchase a handmade pottery bowl of their choice for $25 filled with hot soup. These bowls were made by students at Thrown Together Pottery and Art, whose owner, Danielle Sawada, was looking for a way to bring together her passion for pottery with an organization like Soup. All proceeds from the fundraiser went directly back to the Soup Cafe, and I would like to thank Danielle Sawada for her creative approach in bringing funding to this very worthy cause. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Just before we proceed to the next member statement, a little bit of a housekeeping note. Because of the extensive speaker's ruling that I provided with the unanimous consent of the House, is it agreed that we will start question period at 2 p.m.? Is it agreed? It is agreed. Question period will start at 2 p.m. The honourable member for Fairview, Clayton Park. The honourable member for Fairview, Clayton Park.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to commend a Fairview community member for her activeness in our community. Lisa Sullivan is Freeman's Restaurant's operation manager, but unofficially she is known throughout the community as a champion of everything Fairview. Freeman's in Fairview hosts around 100 community events throughout the year, everything from the Fairview Family Days to a Christmas tree lighting. Her restaurant sponsors sports teams and encourages youth to be positively active within our community. Her goal is for everyone to see Fairview the way she does, a wonderful neighborhood rich in history and potential. Lisa and her team were recently nominated for an Atlantic Business Ethics Award, making it to the top 3 of all businesses nominated across the Atlantic provinces. It is people like Lisa Sullivan who keep Fairview strong and promote new business and new growth throughout our community. I encourage all members to congratulate Lisa Sullivan and her team at Freeman's Restaurant. Thank you.
The honourable member for Northside, Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, since Saturday, 15-year-old Cape Breton cadet Kaylee Bond has been standing guard outside the Cenotaph in North Sydney for a few hours each day. As a member of the 1917 Vimy Ridge Cadet Corps of Florence, Bond is a Cape Breton Highlander Army cadet. Corporal Cirillo was a reservist from Hamilton, Ontario, serving with the Argyll and Sutherland Highlanders of the Canadian Regiment. The young cadet has spent her time remembering and honouring Corporal Cirillo. She is also planning a future of brave service as a military paramedic. In the face of unspeakable, paralyzing shock at the senseless murder of a young soldier, Kaylee Bond is setting an example for Cape Bretoners and all Canadians, lest we forget.
The honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before my statement, I wonder if I might have your permission to make an introduction.
Permission granted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I could ask the members of the legislature to draw their attention to the East Gallery, where we have over a dozen students from the Halifax Independent School who are joining us here for this afternoon's proceedings. Clearly, I know all of my colleagues share my interest in young people in their learning the proceedings of this House and proceedings of government, so I would ask that we all give them a warm welcome to the legislation this afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for the past 20 years, the North Woodside Community Centre in my riding of Dartmouth South has been an extremely important pillar of our community. It's provided recreation and educational opportunities for all of the people of Dartmouth. In fact, I was pleased to attend its 20th anniversary celebrations just this past Sunday. In 1994, residents of Woodside came together to create a sense of community identity, and that's what led to the establishment of this association in the former home of the North Woodside Elementary School. The North Woodside Community Association is led by generous volunteers, Mr. Speaker, and together their programming enhances access to recreation, to social opportunities, and education for local residents of all ages and ethnic groups. This centre is home to a number of community groups, and it has done wonderful things to enliven the Woodside area. Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all members of this House recognize the North Woodside Community Association, and the volunteers for all of their efforts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kings North.
Mr. Speaker, last week in Ottawa, Canadians were faced with an unprecedented series of events: painful loss of a young soldier at the National Cenotaph, an armed siege at Centre Block, nationwide shock. But Canadians were also reassured as politicians of all parties stood shoulder to shoulder with our Prime Minister, who said that Canada will not be intimidated. Mr. Speaker, the Parliament Hill Securities team stands guard each and every day in our national Parliament. On behalf of the PC Caucus of Nova Scotia, I would like to thank these unsung Canadian heroes and thank them for their service to our nation. I table that, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak of the wonderful community I live in and the people in this community that see the potential of its natural beauty. The Macintosh Run Watershed Association has been imagining a trail for years across the backlands of Spryfield to Herring Cove. Through the dedication and hard work of the NRWA, this is now going to become a reality. The association held an open house on October 15th to reveal Phase 1 of the trail system. With the support of the local and provincial government, they are now ready to start breaking ground on the trail. The complete trail system will provide about 30 kilometres of trail and will be built over the next several years. The trail will provide a chance for our residents to experience the natural beauty of the area and enjoy a healthy outdoor lifestyle. I encourage all members to join me in congratulating the Macintosh Run Watershed Association on their amazing accomplishment of turning their vision into a reality.
The honourable member for Pictou West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Lily DeYoung and Shauna Coleman have joined forces and are offering a fun twist on fundraising for Mental Health Foundation of Nova Scotia and have created quite a buzz. Clothing from Marge Hatherley's consignment store in Tadmagush will be featured on the runway by local models, and the garments will be auctioned after the show. Star Dobson, CEO of the Mental Health Foundation of Nova Scotia, will be the guest speaker and MC for this much-anticipated event. Jazz music to set the mood, chances to score gently worn fashions, or win the 50-50 draw will seal the deal as ladies line up to support the Mental Health Foundation of Nova Scotia and enjoy their day. Thank you.
The honourable member for Hants West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my statement would be on Me to We. Mr. Speaker, Me to We is an innovative social enterprise that offers socially conscious and environmentally friendly products and life-changing experiences. Eric Armberg, a student at West Hants Middle School, traveled to Nicaragua in July as part of a Me to We initiative to help children receive an education. Me to We is an organization where you can go to countries around the world to help build schools for children that do not get the opportunity to go to school. Eric has always been passionate about helping others and sponsored his first child when he was just 7 years old. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate Eric Armberg for taking the initiative to make a difference in a community where children do not have the same opportunities in which he has. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Victoria the Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to remind members of this House of the critical role that families of our armed forces members, RCMP, police, paramedics, and first responders play in Nova Scotia. This week, no doubt, we have all thought about the family and friends of Corporal Nathan Cirillo and Warrant Officer Patrice Vincent, who have come to grips with the fact that their loved ones will never come home. We have thought about the family of Kevin Vickers and other police, RCMP, security, and armed forces members who put their lives on the line to seek out those who pose a threat. Mr. Speaker, as Remembrance Day approaches, I encourage all members to connect with families and friends of not only those who have lost, but those who support their loved ones as they go to work every day protecting the safety and security of others. And Mr. Speaker, I ask that this government continue to come to the table with programs that support the families of our armed forces members, RCMP, police, paramedics, and first responders as they send their loved ones to work every day, praying for their safe return. It is critical that they know that they have the support of government and of all Nova Scotians, both in our thoughts
Order,
and in
please.
our actions.
Time allotted for that member's statement has expired. The honourable member for Argyle-Barrington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I hereby rise in my place to recognize recent comments made by former New Brunswick Premier Frank McKenna. Mr. McKenna, a Liberal, says Nova Scotia faces dire economic consequences unless we move forward with shale gas development. According to Mr. McKenna, good governments take control of the agenda, communicate, make decisions, and lead. If these markers are to be used to measure good government, the Nova Scotia Liberals would certainly be receiving a failing grade. Mr. McKenna should be commended for his foresight he has shown for championing this issue and for challenging governments in the Maritimes to do the hard work and lead. Let's hope that the Premier and his government take up this challenge before it's too late. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sackville-Beaverbank.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to remind the government of the importance of our community service groups and their ongoing support for families and communities. The food banks of Halifax and indeed the entire province of Nova Scotia are a mainstay for many families. 21,760 Nova Scotians were assisted by food banks in 2013. 8,555 of these were in the HRM municipality. It is a fact that food banks rely on the generosity of individuals, businesses, and service groups to keep their shelves stocked. Churches collect on a weekly basis from their members. Students and youth groups hold food drives, and grocery stores have boxes to receive donations. Beacon House Food Bank, located on Cobbett Road, has been operating since 1985. One of the regular supporters since the mid-1990s has been the Lions Club of Sackville. The world's largest service club, the Lions Club. There are 1.35 Lions Club members.
Order, please. Time allotted for that member statement has expired. The honourable member for Pictou East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise in my place today and recognize Dave Freckleton. Mr. Freckleton is best known as the principal of the Stellarton campus of the Nova Scotia Community College, but lesser-known facts are that he is a man of vision, he thrives on challenge, he is active in his community, and he is a volunteer extraordinaire. Pictou County has recently taken a hit with large layoffs, but Dave believes we have a lot to offer. We have to work together, but that the college has to serve our community. So he's been working to create specific training programs for upcoming jobs that will be coming on stream shortly, which will help our families and our workforce stay right here in Nova Scotia and indeed in Pictou County. So I want to thank Dave Freckleton for keeping his finger on the pulse of Pictou County and the leadership he has shown professionally and as a volunteer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to bring forward a topic of attention to some of the members in my community with regards to the use of ATVs. Hammonds Plains, Lucasville is primarily residential, and the use of ATVs, in particular unregistered vehicles, has raised concerns. We as legislators have a duty to strike a balance, incorporating the safe use of off-road vehicles, respecting those whose nearby properties have the potential to be impacted, and to ensure that all vehicles are properly licensed. Furthermore, we have the responsibility to ensure that adequate regulatory agents are present to enforce all associated safety and other requirements. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Colchester, Musqueam Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada's 3 federal leaders joined in solidarity last week in the wake of the shooting on Parliament Hill that left Corporal Nathan Cirillo dead. All 3 leaders reassured Canadians that we as a nation will not be intimidated. They reiterated that the attack drew us closer and made us stronger. And all 3 leaders paid tribute to the brave men and women who protect Canadians, law enforcement, security services, and our Canadian forces. They spoke for all of us when they said the determination, professionalism, and heroism of these brave Canadians will not be forgotten. So today I remind all Nova Scotians of the strength and resilience of our great nation.
The honourable member for Waverley Fall River Beaverbank.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight the Fall River and Area Business Association, FRABA for short. This association of 100+ members consists of business owners and others who live and or work in the Fall River and surrounding area. FRABA's mandate is to promote, support, and be a voice of the business association, a business in the community. FRABA also provides opportunities for training and networking for all of its members. FRABA actively volunteers and supports many local community groups such as the Lions, Scouts, and Seniors. FRABA also awards a $1,000 bursary to the Lockview High grads entering a post-secondary business education. Mr. Speaker, the Fall River and Area Business Association is a prospering organization that serves both its members and the community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Pictou West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The historic town of Pictou was host to 2 cruise ships in October. The ships docked at Pier C and the passengers embarked to explore the rich culture of Pictou County. Bus excursions to the Farmers Market in New Glasgow and the Museum of Industry in Stellarton were offered, or the passengers and crew could enjoy a stroll on the boardwalk in Pictou. The pipe band, fiddles, and Highland dancing were enjoyed by all. Pictou County Cruise Ship Committee members should be commended for their hard work in attracting the Pearl Mist to Pictou County. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was recently invited to participate in the grand opening of the Lunenburg County Lifestyle Centre located in my riding of Lunenburg West. This project is the result of community fundraising, private and corporate donors, and the support of all levels of successive governments. Over many years and many committees, those who have taken an active role in making the vision a reality now can enjoy the community engagement happening at the LCLC on a daily basis. The Lunenburg County Lifestyle Centre boasts an NHL ice-sized surface, 3 pools, a fully equipped library, a multi-purpose room, and several meeting rooms that are used by many community groups and organizations. This facility truly has something for everyone. The residents of Bridgewater and Lunenburg County are proud of this facility, and the opening was well attended. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate one and all for the success of the Lunenburg County Lifestyle Centre and to thank them for the many hours of volunteer work to bring this wonderful addition to our community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2 heroes from Sydney, Nova Scotia received the Medal of Bravery from Governor General David Johnson last week. On December 15, 2011, Kareem Foster and Corporal Michael Postlethwaite rescued an elderly woman from a burning apartment in Sydney. After being alerted to the fire, Mr. Foster and Corporal Postlethwaite entered through a broken window and found the elderly woman in need of assistance. After they carried her outside, Corporal Postlethwaite re-entered the building to search for other possible victims. He was forced to retreat as smoke and flames engulfed the house. The courageous and selfless acts of these 2 men saved a life. Mr. Foster and Corporal Postlethwaite deserve the gratitude of all Nova Scotians and all members of this House.
The Honourable Member for Guysborough Eastern Shore Tracadie.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak to the great abundance of opportunity that Nova Scotia possesses in her inherent natural resource industries. Nova Scotians have been abundantly gifted with a global perch on the rim of the great North Atlantic that makes us the envy of the world. Close to our trading partners in Europe across the pond and seeing the great opportunities of Asia through the Suez Canal, our province is perfectly positioned to be a major force in global trade and energy development and distribution for decades to come. We are a marine economy in this province, Mr. Speaker. That is our glorious history. Harvesting the ocean for its great fish, sailing worldwide with our locally built ships, a tradition which is continuing in a major modern manner with revitalization of the Halifax shipyards, bodes well for our future economy.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to congratulate my friend and predecessor, Premier John Ham, on his appointment as Honorary Colonel of the 1st Battalion, Nova Scotia Highlanders. The military history of this unit is found in traditions that date back more than 200 years. This honour was bestowed upon Premier Ham on Sunday. Premier Ham is a lifetime supporter of the Canadian military. He intends to use his 3-year appointment to help bring new recruits to the battalion. In light of the recent terrible actions taken against our military last week, I know this appointment will hold special significance for Dr. Ham. I wish him the best of luck in this new role and for showing the community benefits of service to country. I know he will bring leadership and enthusiasm to the Nova Scotia Highlanders.
The Honourable Member for Clare Digby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to bring notice that on October 22nd, staff from TIR and I met with residents of Long Island and Briar Island to discuss new initiatives for winter road maintenance. Last year, I received several complaints that the current sand-only application for snow-covered roads did not work well and other options should be considered. The unfortunate contamination of wells from salt storage facilities in the past was the cause of the ban. This salt ban had been in place since 2007. During the summer, staff from TIR did a detailed assessment of well types and locations and was mapped by all people in the area. This assessment information and a plan to move forward towards applying salt in a brine solution mixed with sand was presented to the citizens for discussion. The local residents gathered at the meeting accepted the new plan. I am pleased to say that road safety and protection of the environment are paramount with this government, and it's good to see that a solution was found to address both.
The Honourable Minister of the Public Service Commission and Internal Services.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to congratulate Sue Camo, a resident of Halifax, for her commendable efforts to raise youth awareness of the importance of active living. A certified exercise physiologist with a master's in exercise physiology, she writes books, screenplays, and articles to raise youth awareness of health issues. Her book, The Fit Files, Balance It Out, is the first in a series designed to empower children to make smart choices about their health and physical fitness. Sue Camo's dedication to coaching and teaching youth is an outstanding example of leadership in our community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kings North.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to update members on a situation of great concern in my constituency, the price of cabbage in our province. Currently, cabbage is coming from Quebec for about $5 for a 50-pound bag. It's impossible to make a profit at that price. I know because I have tried. The Quebec grower pays about $1.60 for trucking and 60 cents for the bag, more if it comes in a carton. That means they receive about $3 a bag. Mr. Speaker, our growers believe they are dumping their surplus in our market and forcing our cabbage growers out of business to protect prices in their main market, New England. I call upon our Department of Agriculture to speak with growers like Art and Mike Wolliver of Basin View Farms in Blomington to get the facts on this situation and address it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Halifax, Chebucto.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak about attitudes in Nova Scotia. In order for Nova Scotia to move forward, we need to change our attitude towards the private sector. The private sector will be moving this province forward. This government's job is to build a foundation where business can succeed. With the tax review and policy review, we are doing this. I can stand here with confidence that this government is doing what needs to be done to make this province succeed. What Nova Scotians and opposition leaders can do is encourage Nova Scotians to support small businesses, to shift your buying patterns to buy 10% more from local businesses, to stand up and support your local entrepreneurs, to say thank you for believing in this province. We know this is not an easy job, but you are making a difference. We know that you are instrumental, so please support your entrepreneurs.
The Honourable Member for Argyle-Barrington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to update members on the flooding that happened in my constituency last Thursday. The area received more than 144 millimeters of rain over 2 days. As you can imagine, my constituency office has been receiving many calls from residents from the Pubnicos to Backrow Point who experienced flooded basements and washed-out driveways. Many culverts and ditches failed simply because the volume of water was too great for them to handle. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the great work that my local TIR bases are doing in order to rectify some of these problems, and I call on the Minister of Transportation to provide areas most affected with the resources to mitigate as much of this damage as possible. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in the House today to recognize the innovative and transparent process used in managing lands in Western Nova Scotia. The lands of the former Bowater Mersey Company were purchased by the province to be a working forest, and that has always been the intent of government. While we hear inconsistent statements by the NDP party about what should be done with the Western Crown lands, the Liberal government has approached the new design with balance and clarity. We have the member from Chester St. Margaret's making statements about how the last government wanted the land untouched, and then in question period the member for Queen Shelburne asking if the minister would open up Mersey lands for firewood. Government has a responsibility to ensure economic, environmental and social concerns for these lands are balanced. 50% of the western land will be under protection, 15,000 hectares will be managed by the Midway Community Forest Cooperative, and about 12,000 hectares will be Mi'kmaq Forestry Initiatives. All forest harvest areas will be shown on maps posted online for public review. There are obviously competing interests when it comes to land use. This is why the Minister has struck an independent committee with no vested interest to make a set of recommendations, Mr. Speaker.
Order, please. Time allotted for the member statement has expired. The Honourable Member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak for a moment about downtown Dartmouth. That's an area of my constituency that is certainly transforming right before my eyes over the past several years. It's an area that many people will recognize has had several setbacks in past years, but Through recent investments by community partners, from residents, that area is already realizing its potential once again as a commercial and a community hub as well, Mr. Speaker. Downtown Dartmouth, Mr. Speaker, is a place for families to live, to work, to play, to grow. It's home to thriving new businesses led by entrepreneurs, both young and old. It is a mix of innovative restaurants that source local ingredients, and it's also a place where our community regularly gathers, where residents can be active and live healthy lives. It truly is, as the motto suggests, all together Dartmouth, Mr. Speaker. I would welcome all members of this House, Mr. Speaker, to bring their families, to cycle along our waterfront and our harbour front, enjoy a treat at many of our cafes and local restaurants, and to shop at the retailers and galleries along Portland Street. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize the hard work of everyone in promoting downtown Dartmouth. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to address the needs of seniors in my riding. I have calls from many seniors on fixed incomes that are worried about heating their homes or even being able to maintain their homes. I'm working with a local nonprofit organization in my riding to further identify the needs of our seniors and how we can address these needs. As our population ages, it is important to have social and economic programs in place to meet the specific needs of our seniors. One small step that I am taking is to create a seniors information flyer outlining the programs and resources available through our provincial government programs. Many are unaware that there is help available. I will also continue to work closely with our nonprofits to provide more seniors programs in our riding. I encourage members to join me in evaluating the needs of our seniors and look forward to addressing their needs. Thank you.
Well done. The Honourable Member for Victoria the Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to remind the members of the importance of promoting physical activity in our communities. I recently had the opportunity to speak at Bedeck Academy at an event that celebrated Victoria County's physical activity strategy initiatives. Victoria County has been implementing a physical activity strategy that encourages an active and healthy lifestyle through participation in daily physical activity. Mr. Speaker, research is clear. Physical activity benefits our health. I encourage all members to engage in physical activity daily and to promote that practice amongst their constituents. Mr. Speaker, I ask members to support initiatives that help Nova Scotians meet daily physical activity recommendations, whether it's support of trails or outdoor spaces that encourage people to get physically active outside, or support the sport of recreation programming and facility upgrades. We require the commitment of all levels of government, communities and stakeholders.
Order, please. Time allotted for that member statement has expired. The Honourable Member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I know that firewood is a concern for the member for Queen Shelburne, obviously a concern for our department and our government as well. There are folks out there in the private sector that are selling firewood. I wanted to table this ad for the member opposite. We're doing our best to coordinate folks who need firewood with those who have it, and I wanted to share this advertisement for block or split wood with the member opposite. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kings South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Education and innovation. These are the two key words we find over and over in the Ivany Report, a report that delivers a message to all Nova Scotians in the starkest of terms. It's now or never. The One Nova Scotian Commission describes one of the biggest barriers as being, and I quote, an attitudinal environment that subtly discourages entrepreneurship and innovation at a time when it is badly needed to revitalize our economy. It's time we got innovative in our approach to shifting this attitude of resignation from the status quo. I believe we can and must begin in education. From school board trustees to teachers to school administrators and counselors, we need to enlist their energy and leadership in fostering a progressive and positive attitude about Nova Scotia for our high school students, replacing the heading out west with the language of possibility and initiative in Nova Scotia. Innovation must be our emphasis in universities throughout the province so that these tremendous assets of this province are our single biggest investment in innovation.
Order,
Education.
please. Time allotted for that member statement has expired. Barring no more member statements with the unanimous consent of the House, we have two choices. We can either recess till 2 p.m. or we can move on to government business. We'll recess until 2 p.m. where we will begin question period. Is it agreed? It is agreed. We'll now recess until 2 p.m. Order, please. We'll now move on to oral questions put by members to ministers. The official leader of the opposition. The Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you. Thank you, the official Speaker of the House. I appreciate that. Mr. Speaker, today the Liberals on the House of Assembly's HR Committee used their majority to block a request to have the Freedom of Information Commissioner appear before a committee of this House to answer questions from members of the legislature. This action directly contradicts the words of the Premier as he used them in describing his own throne speech, where he said, and I quote, "Putting Nova Scotians first begins with an open and accountable government," and I will table that for the benefit of the House. My question to the Premier, how is blocking access to the Freedom of Information Commissioner an example of open and transparent government?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for the question. What had happened today, committee, Mr. Speaker, unbeknownst to our party, maybe the Democratic Party knew, the Conservative Party brought forward this to the agenda. It was not shared with other members of the committee. I would encourage him to share that with the caucuses. They could go back and determine whether or not the FOIPOP officers should sit.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on his first supplementary.
Speaker, the whole point of the committee this morning was to set the agenda where all parties, as the Premier well knows, come forward with agenda items for future meetings, Mr. Speaker, but I'm happy to hear the Premier's answer. If he has no problem with the Freedom of Information Officer appearing before a committee of the House, he now has an opportunity to say so. I'd like to ask the Premier, leadership starts at the top. Will he instruct the Liberal members on this committee to reverse course and allow, of all things, the Freedom of Information Officer to freely answer questions of a committee of this legislature?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I want to remind all members of this House that every member in this House was duly elected to represent their constituencies. Unlike the Leader of the Conservative Party, I have no intention of telling my members what to say, do, or think.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on his final supplementary. And I just want to remind it that we can't get too deep into committee of the House here. Go ahead.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess the Premier had a chance to express his own view as to whether the Freedom of Information Officer should be free to come to a committee of the legislature and face questioning. I still am not sure where he stands himself on this, Mr. Speaker, but fact of the matter is, actions will speak louder than words. Is it the policy of the Liberal government to allow the Freedom of Information Officer to appear before a committee of this House? Yes or no? And if it is, will he see to it that the actions follow those words?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I am going to continue to allow the committees of this House to do the work, and I encourage all members of every committee, Mr. Speaker, to bring forward their ideas and who they may want to see before those committees, and then the members of those committees will decide who appears.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question through you is to the Premier. Mr. Speaker, on March of 2012, the Premier said that government shouldn't be trying to make Imperial Oil competitive by taking money away from the municipality and giving the company a tax break if it's not prepared to give every other business owner in Nova Scotia the same break. But, Mr. Speaker, last April, the Premier changed a law to give Imperial Oil a $1 million tax break. And today we've learned the Liberal government has laid the groundwork so the Irving shipyard can also get a municipal tax break. So, Mr. Speaker, my question for the Premier is, why is the government changing laws so large corporations can get tax deals that aren't available to every other business owner in the province, as he asserted should be the case in 2012?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure what the Leader of the Democratic Party is talking about. The HRM requested that we make an amendment to the Charter, Mr. Speaker, as the Leader of the Democratic Party would know. We have made no such tax deals with large corporations. Mr. Speaker, everything this government has done, Mr. Speaker, is done in the best interest of all Nova Scotians.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, my supplementary question to the Premier is this. Prior to the election, the Liberal Party spent thousands of dollars on ads promising an end to tax breaks for corporations. But, Mr. Speaker, in the last week, the Liberal government announced a $30 million tax rebate program for large manufacturers and now they're allowing the Irving shipyard to get a municipal tax break as well. So my question for the Premier is this: why did he have a change of heart when it comes to big businesses' tax breaks?
The Honourable Premier.
Actually, Mr. Speaker, I think what the ad that the leader of the Democratic Party was talking about a year ago was that we were going to end, Mr. Speaker, handing out free money to corporations. Is exactly what we did, Mr. Speaker, when we came to office. And, Mr. Speaker, I know the honourable member represents part of all of Irving Shipyard. If she does not believe that Irving Shipyard should get a tax break, she should go directly and speak to the mayor of HRM, because they're the ones that are going to deliver it to them if they get one, not us.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party on her final supplementary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, I guess when a previous government or governments do these kinds of things, it's corporate welfare. But when this crowd do it, it's creating conditions for business to succeed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 1 year into his mandate, when it comes to economic development, the Premier has shown where his allegiance lies. Under the Liberal government, the small business tax rate has not changed, but he has given tax breaks to large manufacturers, Irving Oil and now Imperial Oil, and now Irving. So my question to the Premier is this: why has he abandoned his election promise to place small business owners at the front of the line when it comes to government incentives?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for the question. I want to inform her and all members of this House we've doubled, Mr. Speaker, the small business loan that's distributed on behalf of government by the credit union. Mr. Speaker, from 25 million to 50 million, we've also, Mr. Speaker, increased from 75% to 90% to guarantee that government would back small businesses across this province, Mr. Speaker. We continue to provide apprenticeship opportunities for young Nova Scotians, Mr. Speaker, who are working primarily in small businesses across this province, Mr. Speaker. We are continuing to do what we said we do in the election campaign, which is work with small businesses from one end of this province to the other.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition with one supplementary reminder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is fun. Mr. Speaker, former Liberal Premier of New Brunswick, Frank McKenna, spoke on Friday about the importance of developing our shale gas onshore resources to develop our region. He said in his speech, which I'll table, and quote, "Much more could be done by opinion leaders to demystify the extraction industries." Well, the former Liberal Premier of New Brunswick knows a lot about economic development, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the Premier, will he now set aside his ban on shale gas in light of what Mr. McKenna is saying, show real leadership, and get on with the job of trying new ways of creating new jobs in this province?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the former Premier, Mr. McKenna, for actually saying exactly what this government is doing, Mr. Speaker, which is going from one end of this province, reaching out, Mr. Speaker, to stakeholders, to ensure that we fully understand the ramifications of fracking in this province, and we're going to do so in an open, transparent way, Mr. Speaker. And if we ever frack in this province, it will be done in an open debate, not the way it's structured today, Mr. Speaker, where the minister could do it on his own.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on his final supplementary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I really encourage the Premier to take a look at the speech I just tabled, because nowhere in that speech does Mr. McKenna say the right thing to do now, with all the economic hardship around us, is to ban one of the new ways of creating new jobs in our province, including shale gas. In fact, what he did say, and I'll quote directly, is that good governments, quote, seize control of the agenda, they communicate, they make decisions, and they lead. Banning new ways of creating jobs is not leadership, Mr. Speaker. Mr. McKenna is actually calling on our region's leaders to lead the development of this new opportunity. He is a proven leader. Why won't the Premier take his advice?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I want to inform the honourable member I have read the speech, Mr. Speaker, and what former Premier McKenna said was that we need to go out and continue to communicate to ensure that everyone, Mr. Speaker, fully understands the ramifications of fracking. What would happen, Mr. Speaker? That's exactly what this bill provides. The Minister of Energy is doing so. We're going to continue to engage Nova Scotians. We're going to continue to consult, Mr. Speaker, and we'll move forward making sure that not only do we drive good economic development decisions, but we'll do so at the same time protecting the environment.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really do wonder if we read the same speech, because Mr. McKenna actually said, and I quote, We cannot refuse to exploit our resources and continue to believe that we can balance our budgets, pay our doctors and social workers and other civil servants, and continue to fund a social safety net. That's what Mr. McKenna said in his speech. That's why he is advocating for the development of our onshore shale gas resources. Mr. Speaker, I'll just ask the Premier, does he agree with Mr. McKenna that developing our onshore resources would help pay for the social services we need? Yes or no?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. McKenna was talking about resource development, Mr. Speaker. I want to remind the honourable member there's $2 billion being invested on the offshore of this province, Mr. Speaker, by Shell and BP. I want to remind the honourable member that there's a tremendous amount of mining that's taking place in this province, Mr. Speaker, and we'll continue to do so. We'll do it in a responsible way. What the Minister of Energy has said and what we're going to continue to do is make sure that we consult with Nova Scotians, that we fully understand the activities that are taking place in this province, Mr. Speaker, and we're going to do so in a responsible way. That if we're going to manage and we're going to exploit the resources, to use the Leader of the Conservative Party's words, we're going to make sure we do so protecting the environment at the same time.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on his final supplementary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, they are actually the words of Mr. McKenna, who was speaking very specifically about onshore shale gas development. And I just find it very interesting. We have a government that supports the offshore, as we all do, where we have risks, where we have regulations, where it's working, where real jobs are created, but they won't let the exact same thing happen onshore, despite all the unemployment that we see around us, Mr. Speaker. Mr. McKenna said in his speech, and I quote, "People feel that it is a choice between shale gas and drinking water." He says this is a complete lie, but is constantly repeated. Mr. McKenna knows there is a safe and responsible way to develop this resource and create jobs. So I'll ask the Premier, does he agree with Mr. McKenna that this can be done safely or not?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I want to remind the Leader of the Conservative Party that's exactly the conversation that the Minister of Energy is having with all Nova Scotians. I want to remind the Leader of the Conservative Party there is a responsibility, there is a duty to consult with the Aboriginal communities across this province, Mr. Speaker. And I want to remind all members of this House, we have fracked wells in this province, and this government is dealing with the fracking waste, Mr. Speaker, that was being ignored by previous governments, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Energy. Mr. Speaker, as everybody in this House well knows, winter is fast approaching, and high energy prices excuse me, can put a strain on family budgets, and that may force people to choose between heat and eat, Mr. Speaker. But there seems to be some hope on the horizon. Nova Scotia, which historically depends on fossil fuels, and recently we've seen oil prices, and I'll table this, Mr. Speaker, oil prices fall to record lows in nearly levels unprecedented in the last 3 years. So I want to ask the Minister of Environment, Energy, I get my E's mixed up, Mr. Speaker. When will these huge savings for Nova Scotians be passed down to ratepayers?
The Honourable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's actually a very timely question because we're in the middle of the fuel adjustment mechanism hearings at the moment, and one of the things is we're trying to look at what the impact will be on next year. We know that actually, while we don't use a lot of oil for rates in terms of electricity generation, there is some used at Tufts Cove. We don't anticipate there to be downward pressure on the prices of natural gas in the New England and Maritimes market, so obviously that won't have as much of an impact, but we are looking at the possible impact on drop in coal prices.
The Honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, again to the Minister of Energy. In April, his government said, and I'll table this, Mr. Speaker, ratepayers can expect to see an overall reduction in their power bill of 4 to 5%. And as I said, I'll table that. Today's oil prices, and it's across the fossil fuel market, we see prices tumbling because the reality is they're linked to one another. So I want to ask the Minister one simple question. When will ratepayers get to participate in this new windfall prices Nova Scotia Power is currently enjoying?
The Honourable Minister of Energy.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the rates are going down on January 1st, 2015. It's unfortunate that the NDP and the Tories voted against that, but that's what it is. And Mr. Speaker, we will ensure that ratepayers benefit from not only inaccurate speculation by Nova Scotia Power when that happens, as Liberty has suggested, on natural gas prices, but quite frankly on any fossil fuel prices that they get passed on to ratepayers.
The honourable member for Pictou East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Finance. According to a CBC article, as early as mid-July, the Minister of Energy was made aware of planned maintenance on the Deep Panuke offshore platform. I can table that. In September, the Minister tabled her fiscal update and booked a $5 million increase in petroleum revenues. So my question today for the Minister of Finance is, was this planned maintenance of Deep Panuke taken into account when the Department of Finance raised the expected royalty revenue?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I understand that all of the costs were taken into account. When we do an update, the Department of Finance confers with all departments and brings up all the information that we know as of that date.
The Honourable Member for Pictou East on his final supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The planned shutdown can have a significant impact on the production at Deep Panuke, and yet the government banked on increased petroleum revenues despite knowing of the planned maintenance. And here we sit today, and the maintenance has been unexpectedly extended. So for every day that Deep Panuke is offline, the province's royalty revenues are impacted. So my question for the Minister is, given the current status of the Deep Panuke, should Nova Scotians expect lower than projected offshore revenues and therefore an increased deficit?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as I said, we had already accounted for the information that we had available at the time, and I'm going to let the Minister of Energy say something.
The Honourable Minister of Energy.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Minister of Finance said, it was taken into account. It was a planned shutdown, and at the end of the day, in fact, if they actually produce more gas to make up in the winter, we would actually benefit on the finances because it is in part based on the royalty price or the commodity price, and the commodity price is higher in the winter.
The Honourable Member for Pictou East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is also for the Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, the fact that we pay the highest HST in the country is holding Nova Scotians back. In fact, for the August 2013 to 2014 period, Nova Scotia ranked dead last in retail sales growth in Canada. Our 2% growth is dismal compared even to our neighbours in New Brunswick and PEI, where it was both over 5%. So my question for the Minister is, does the Minister of Finance agree that paying the highest HST in Canada hurts business and it hurts ordinary Nova Scotians?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I think the member opposite knows very well why we have that 15% HST. It's because each cent that comes off the HST costs $195 million to the revenue of the province. And we're running a very deep deficit, and we need the revenue from that HST. I believe that it's an important factor in our province's functioning.
The Honourable Member for Pictou East on his final supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What a difference 3 years can make, I guess. Mr. Speaker, in November 2013, criticizing the hike in HST, the now Premier rose in his capacity as Leader of the Opposition and said, and I quote, "People have less to spend because of this government's poor decision on raising the HST." He then asked the following question: will the Premier now admit that his HST increase is hurting businesses and making life less affordable for Nova Scotian families? And I'll table that. So, Mr. Speaker, just 3 years later, will the Minister admit to this House that the Liberal decision to maintain the highest HST in Canada hurts Nova Scotian families as much today as it did 3 years ago?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for his question. We just ran a campaign, Mr. Speaker, where we actually were up front with Nova Scotians and told them we could not afford an HST tax cut at this moment in time, Mr. Speaker. We all know we are running a substantial deficit in this province, and Nova Scotians made a decision. They were not going to take a $1 billion tax cut that was promised by the Conservative Party. They were going to bet on a government that was going to be up front.
The Honourable Member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question today is for the Minister of Labour and Advanced Education. Mr. Speaker, the NSGU represents emergency responders, including police officers, social workers, correctional workers, firefighters and nurses. These are all people you need by your side in time of crisis. Today, the NSGU issued a press release, which I will table, Mr. Speaker, calling on the government to ensure all workers, emergency responders, workers receive the help they need from workers' compensation when they develop post-traumatic stress disorder. So I'd like to ask the Minister, my question to the Minister of Labour and Advanced Education through you, Mr. Speaker, when will emergency responders see that change?
The Honourable Minister of Labour and Advanced Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for the question. In fact, Workers' Compensation Board recently changed their policy on workplace stress and has improved their coverage at this time. Any time that we make any change to our policies at the Workers' Compensation Board, it does have ramifications, and so any decision to proceed with those would have to be made after due consultation. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Sackville-Cobequid on his final supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, but there are those emergency responders that aren't covered because of the policy currently with WCB. In the last 7 months, Mr. Speaker, 24 first responders have committed suicide across Canada, and we cannot wait any longer. So I'd like to ask the Minister, when will the Minister of Labour provide automatic coverage through workers' compensation for emergency responders who have been diagnosed with PTSD due to cumulative exposure to traumatic events?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member opposite would know, the Workers' Compensation Board has recently changed its procedures around this particular issue. There is expanded coverage. Anytime we go to change our coverage, it has a financial impact on the Workers' Compensation Board. Bottom line, as we know, there is a huge unfunded liability. We have been making considerable efforts towards dealing with that, but it is not something that will be solved overnight. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Pictou Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Labour and Advanced Education. Mr. Speaker, the document resulting from the 2007 inquiry into the death of Captain Donald LeBlanc at the English Down Ferry recommended that the province, in consultation with stakeholders, draft a new regulation for formal documented hazard assessments. It states that it should establish a reasonable and realistic standard for when a hazard assessment ought to be done, the form it ought to take, the process by which it is completed, and what it ought to include. And I'll table that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's been 7 years since the inquiry was completed, but still regulations have not been passed. My question to the Minister, why haven't the regulations been passed to protect workers' safety?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for the question. We've actually been working very closely with our fishing communities, with our offshore industries to improve safety. We know that for many of our folks who work on the water, the #1 issue is in fact drowning. That's the #1 cause of death. And so we are encouraging, we're working with our fisher folk to get them to wear their PFDs, and we are working very closely with them doing man overboard drills. There's actually a lot going on at this time. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Pictou Centre on his final supplementary.
Mr. Speaker, according to the Workers' Compensation Board's 2013 annual report, in 2013 there were 34 workplace deaths in Nova Scotia, and I'll table that, Mr. Speaker. The recommendation coming out of the provincial inquiry states the Department of Transportation's hazard assessment document may be something which other government departments could adopt and which may also serve as an example for private sector employees who wish to maintain the highest possible standard of workplace safety. My question to the Minister is, will the Minister commit to reviewing the recommendation and update Nova Scotians before the end of the House sitting?
The Honourable Minister of Labour and Advanced Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would note that it appears that governments of all three stripes have been in office since that particular report came forward. What I can tell the Minister is that we're deeply committed to making Nova Scotia the safest place to work in all of Canada. And Mr. Speaker, I would like to note that that we are making great strides this year. So far, our number of acute deaths have dropped considerably from last year, but that doesn't mean that we are going to relax our vigilance. And in fact, what needs to happen, Mr. Speaker, is there needs to be a sea change, that Nova Scotian workers and employers all need to contribute to our increased safety at this time. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question through you is to the Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, last week, a fire at the Cape Breton Correctional Centre facility sent four employees to hospital for smoke inhalation. 28 inmates were evacuated from 3 different areas of the jail. One employee says the situation could have produced fatal results. So my question through you, Mr. Speaker, to the Minister of Justice is, how serious of an incident does she consider this situation I've just described to be?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much to my colleague for that very important question. Any incident that puts the safety of our staff, our offenders at risk, we consider to be very serious. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Centre on his final supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again to the Minister of Justice. According to her own department, serious incidents, including purposeful damage to correctional facilities, as well as major disruptions and disturbances requiring emergency police services to respond. Now, the police did respond in this case, matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, as did other emergency vehicles. And long before her time, Mr. Speaker, there was also an incident at that same facility where, when first responders did respond to an incident there, that they were held hostage, Mr. Speaker. So I want to ask the Minister, it's been a week since this incident took place. The Department of Justice Major Incident Updates webpage continues not to mention it. So through you, Mr. Speaker, if this government is supposed to be so transparent, why is this minister not posting details of this incident from the public?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Again, I appreciate the question from the honourable member. We are conducting an internal investigation. As well, the Cape Breton Police is also conducting their own investigation. Can tell the honourable member that there were no offenders that were injured. There were 4 staff that had inhalation and went to the hospital, but they were not admitted at all. So we do have regulations on the website, and pursuant to those regulations, there were no injuries of this sort that requires us to report these. Thank you.
The honourable member for Argyll-Barrington.
Thank you very much. In Monday's issue of the Canadian Medical Association's Journal, the Canadian Task Force on Preventative Healthcare recommended that the PSA test should not be used to screen for prostate cancer. This recommendation would be confusing to many Nova Scotian men who have been encouraged to get a PSA for early detection of prostate cancer after the age of 40. So my question to the Minister of Health is, can he update the House on the advice it will give doctors in Nova Scotia regarding PSA screening?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and to the honourable member. At the present time, it is a report that is now available. Cancer Care Nova Scotia and the Prostate Association in particular are maintaining that PSA test has value and will stay in place in our province.
Yeah. The honourable member for Argyll-Barrington on his final supplementary.
Thank you very much. It's true. First answer of the session is great. Despite the Canadian Task Force on Preventative Healthcare's recommendation, Prostate Cancer Canada believes that the benefits of PSA screening far outweighs the risk, and that early detection saves lives. They continue to recommend that when men turn 40, as I suggest there's a number of men over 40 in this House of Assembly, they should get a PSA test. So again, knowing the minister's commitment, I know the Premier has been co-chairing the wake-up breakfast on a number of occasions. So my question to the minister, what advice does the minister have for men in Nova Scotia when it comes to PSA testing?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I know that men in their 40s now asked to have this test available to them, and that is the current thinking. The test will be available to men in Nova Scotia, and at the present time there is really no need to change the practice. Certainly the report will be reviewed, but I can assure all men in Nova Scotia that the test is there.
The honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question for the Minister of Health. We've heard a great deal from my colleagues, the MLA for Cape Breton Centre and the MLA from Northside Westmount, this session about the situation at Northside Hospital. In the Cape Breton Post today, we're learning that municipal councillors are also calling on the Minister of Health and Authority to explain the escalating ER closures, change to blood collection practices, and staffing shortages. So I'd like to ask the Minister, what is the Minister of Health doing to address local concerns about the Northside Hospital?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I think it's very important for myself and the Deputy to review all of the concerns that have arisen over the past year at Northside General, and as soon as the House rises, we will do that on-site investigation.
The honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid on his final supplementary.
So in other words, Mr. Speaker, we'll delay until the House is finished and then we'll find out what we're going to do about it. Before the Liberal government was elected, Mr. Speaker, we had volunteer health boards who would be the advocates for local hospitals like the North Side, New Waterford and Roseway, Mr. Speaker. So my question through you, since the Minister has fired the volunteer health boards, who is he relying on to speak up for patients outside of Halifax?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. One of the very clear lessons that I've learned since becoming Minister of Health is that all Nova Scotians speak about the need for certain services, but they also speak about the importance of good health delivery in the province. And I have all the confidence in the current board administrator, George McClellan. We've also heard from physicians and staff at Northside. I'm getting a very good picture of what is taking place, and if there's a need to make changes at Northside, they will be made.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is also to the Minister of Health. The concerns about changes to the services provided at the Northside General Hospital are mounting each day. Doctors have expressed concern about the growing loss of core services. They fear the hospital is going to be transitioned into a long-term care facility. While Cape Breton is in desperate need of spaces for seniors awaiting placement, the Northside General is not a desired location as the services remain important for all residents. The CEO has indicated there are no plans to make that transition, yet the frontline workers are not convinced. So my question to the Minister is, can the Minister confirm there are no plans to convert the Northside General into a long-term care facility?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and to the member opposite. All facilities in our province undergo change. We know that lab services in all 9 current districts have undergone some degree of change. So that's nothing new that's happening there, but in terms of the future of the hospital, the array of services to be offered, I don't see in the short term a change. There may be a need for more clinicians and support services to make sure that all of the services have all of the requirements to make sure that they're delivered safe and on time.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount on his final supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. The anxiety over the Northside General Hospital has spread from healthcare professionals to members of council and the public. Councillor Clarence Prince voiced concerns that he is hearing and expressed the need for the Minister to speak to residents directly. He said if these changes are examples of improved care, the Minister of Health has to be notified that we think otherwise. At the present time, I believe the policies for service changes are an embarrassment to the provincial government and an insult to the residents of our community. And I'll table that report, Mr. Speaker. Will the Minister commit to holding a public forum when he visits the North Side so residents of the North Side can finally get some answers?
The honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. At the present time, my commitment is to go to Northside when the House rises, and to get a full assessment from the key stakeholders who are delivering health care I think, as the first voice of what the concerns are, what the needs are, and together we will find solutions for the problems that exist there.
The honourable member for Argyle-Barrington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Health. Stats Canada shows Nova Scotia with a suicide rate of 13.9 people per 100,000 in 2009, the third highest rate in Canada compared to the national rate of 11.5% in 2009. A Mood Disorders of Canadian Society report from 2009 shows 20% or 27% of Nova Scotians have had contact with the health system 1 month prior to dying by suicide, while 55% had contact 1 year before. Mental illness is the second highest leading cause of disability and premature death in Canada. 114 people died from suicide in 2013 here in Nova Scotia, and I'll table that. Will the minister table a comprehensive report from the Department of Health on mental health wait times in Nova Scotia that we are presently facing?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the member opposite. He has identified one of the perhaps biggest ongoing concerns in regards to mental health and the interventions that are necessary when people are at a desperate point in their lives. We know that that needs attention. It also we need to let the public know about wait times and a current statistical picture of that. And indeed, we plan to put those online, and in fact, we're just really weeks away from doing that.
The honourable member for Argyle-Barrington on his final supplementary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and through you again to the Minister of Health. An editorial in the Chronicle Herald on August 20th told of a young lady suffering from postpartum depression and asking for mental health help. She worked in what she described as a helping field, and having worked in shelters with men and women and children. However, she was turned away at the ER when she asked for mental health assistance. So my question to the minister, is the minister aware of how many individuals are being turned away from Nova Scotia hospitals suffering from mental health problems?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't have that statistic, but it is if it happens even in one case, it's one too many. We know that our doctors, a number of them now, have in fact taken training on at least that primary care component to deal with especially depression, anxiety, and also some of these psychoses that turn up in a doctor's office. And I think as that training increases and goes across primary care, we know that we're at a point in time where all clinicians must in fact be educated and know how to start the process of treatment and caring for somebody who is a potential suicide victim.
The Honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Internal Services. Earlier today, Mr. Speaker, in talking to the media, the Minister was talking about some issues around shared services. And he's told the media in particular that there'd be somewhere in the vicinity of $50 to $60 million in savings through this scheme, Mr. Speaker. So I want to ask the Minister, what percentage of those savings do you anticipate being achieved through FTE reductions?
The Honourable Minister of Internal Services.
Thank you for the question. Mr. Speaker, the majority of the savings on the shared services piece will come through procurement. Our government has identified that there is a large savings opportunity in procurement, and the bulk of the savings will be there. As time goes on over the course of 5 years, 6 years, we will find efficiencies as we collapse departments under internal services, and that's where we will have a reduction in FTEs. The current reduction we expect over that period of time with no layoffs is approximately 200, and all be done through attrition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre on his final supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and again to the same minister. We've seen in the past, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal governments trying to balance the books on the workers. And we can just go back to their last time in government, how they drove 1,000 nurses away, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask a very simple question. Seems like I hit a nerve. If the Liberal attrition plan didn't work in the past, why will it work today?
The Honourable Minister of Internal Services.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member for the question. The reason this plan will work today is because it's going to be thoughtful and it's going to be over the course of 5 years. I would like to remind the honourable member that shared services was actually an NDP initiative, and this was started 2 years ago. And if the honourable member remembers, their initiative had 800 layoffs and moving 800 people. And Mr. Speaker, we saw how that government handled moving 40 people. Mr. Speaker, we saw how that government handled moving 40 people and caused great anxiety and frustration in the Department of Agriculture. Mr. Speaker, this government will handle shared services in a very respectful way to our workforce, and it will be seamless transition, and we will book the $50 to $60 million of savings. Thank you.
The honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, last week my colleague asked the Premier a series of questions about the government's plan to provide services for children and adults with autism. He asked the Premier about their failure to act upon promises in the Liberal election platform. Families want to know that this government will honour their commitments and show a clear plan of action to provide the necessary supports. My question to the Minister, Mr. Speaker, can the Minister explain whether or not her department is monitoring the goals in the Autism Action Plan?
The Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the member. We certainly have made a commitment to look at how we provide services and supports to anyone on the autism spectrum, whether it is a preschooler, whether it's somebody in a public system, or whether it's adult. And we have made a commitment to go through the 53 recommendations that are there. And in fact, the cross-department meetings continue, because the responsibilities within those 53 recommendations do cover more than one department.
The honourable member for Pictou Centre on his final supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister said that her department is not waiting for the report, that they are taking action. The report was completed in 2011, and we are waiting to see a complete progress update so that families know the direction the government is taking. We have not seen a single update since the last 12 months. My question to the Minister, can the Minister provide an updated progress report on the Autism Action Plan before the end of this session?
The Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the member opposite. The support for autism in our schools certainly began long before this person became minister, and I will give credit to the previous government for looking at providing supports through autism consultants at the department, autism consultants in the schools, and training for our teachers. So we didn't wait, the previous government didn't wait, and we will continue to provide the supports that those people need.
The honourable member for Pictou West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My question through you is to the Minister of Environment. We all know that on his desk, one of the biggest files he has, if not the biggest, is the Boat Harbour Treatment Facility issue. And my question is simple. I would just like the Minister to tell us yes or no. Has he toured the facility? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Yes.
The honourable member for Pictou West on her final supplementary.
Thank you very much, and that makes me so happy to hear that. No, really, we didn't see any information out there that had indicated that he had toured it and had a visual of it. It's a big issue, it's complex, it's delicate, and so I thank him for touring. My next question is, as we know, hand in hand goes the Northern Pulp. I'm wondering if he's had the opportunity to meet management there and tour Northern Pulp as well. Yes or no, please?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, I have had the opportunity, Mr. Speaker. The mill management team has asked me to tour the facility in the past. This was actually back in the spring. I provided some parameters around completing that tour, which included extending an invitation to representatives of Clean the Mill as well as Pictou Landing First Nation. They've never come back to me with a commitment to bring those people along. So to this point, I haven't actually toured the facility. I have met with management. Thank you.
The honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question through you is to the Minister of Environment. In 2013, Mr. Speaker, residents of the Trenton area were told that the Minister of Environment, along with the Minister of Energy and the Minister of Health, were committed to forming a task force to examine the effects of fly ash from Nova Scotia Power's generating plant on the environment and overall health of residents. So my question through you to the Minister of Environment: who is on this task force? Have they met yet? And how often do they meet?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for the question. I don't recall any commitment for something referred to as a task force. Certainly there was a commitment for the departments to work together, and Mr. Speaker, the ministers, each of us have met and discussed, as well as members from our respective departments at the staff level. We've met, I know myself, I've met on at least 2 occasions with a representative from the public group really moving forward, expressing their concerns on this particular issue. As indicated, it certainly has been an active issue that we've been looking at, and the conversations have continued within our departments.
The honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I will table the article where, in fact, there was a commitment from the Ministers of Health, Environment and Energy, all committed to speaking to Nova Scotia Power and having a task force formed to look into the issue. I will table that. Mr. Speaker, residents of Trenton continue to be fearful of the emissions coming from the Nova Scotia Power Plant in their community. They say that air quality is a huge problem in the region, and they want their concerns addressed. So, can the Minister please tell us when the task force will in fact be formed, and will they start consulting with the residents about the quality of their air, and if in fact he has discovered changing the allowable limits of the industrial approval?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you again for the member for the question. I guess I haven't had a chance to see the document table, but again, I would suggest that the article likely makes reference to a task force, not as something that came from the government and our language. So I will take a look at that to see what the parameters are, or who was making the commitment or the statements around a task force. With respect to the air quality, certainly I think the issue and the concerns of residents of Pictou County pertaining to air quality is well documented, not just around the notion of the Trenton plant, but also Northern Pulp, as an earlier question has come up. And Mr. Speaker, I assure you that this department, the Department of Environment, is taking those concerns very seriously as we consider the air quality emissions across the board. Thank you.
The honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development. Mr. Speaker, class composition, potential violence, and mental health issues are the most important concerns as the 2014-15 school year ushers in a new year. My question to the Minister: has the Minister's Department provided any additional assistance to help teachers cope with these issues?
The Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the member opposite. A very important question. Classroom teachers are dealing with a lot of complexities in their classroom. And to answer the member's question, we have worked with the Department of Health to provide 23 mental health clinicians. Those people will be providing supports for our students and also for the teachers. We're providing professional development so our teachers are better able to respond, first of all, to identify and then to respond, and to reach out and get the professional help that they need so that they can provide whatever level of support the students in their class may require.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Pictou Centre on his final supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, teachers are known for their incredible work, and they make a difference for students. However, teachers across the province continue to cope with class size issues at the upper elementary, junior, and senior high levels. Will the Minister address the serious issues classroom teachers face each day with respect to large classroom sizes in grades 7 to 12?
The Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to respond to the member opposite with respect to support for teachers and how we can help them better identify and provide support. As recently as last week, Mr. Speaker, there were 800 teachers who were in the city receiving professional development so they could better, as I said, identify and provide support for students who were having some level of anguish, mental health, whatever those concerns might be. So we certainly are taking those steps. With respect to class size, I do want to remind the member that this is the government that identified the need to put a cap on class sizes so that teachers would have a manageable number of students in their class. And we began that with the P2 initiative this year with 20 students. And I'm pleased to say that 94% of the school classes were able to cap their class
Order,
size.
please. Time allotted for oral questions by members to minister has expired. I'm exhausted. It's a great job, guys. Almost 20 questions, so good on you. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, in fact, it was 19 questions, and to put that into perspective, that is actually more than we've ever achieved on Opposition Day when we had an hour-and-a-half question period. And as a result, we're reconsidering the rule changes, and we'll be bringing... Wasn't supposed to be this many questions. Mr. Speaker, under government business, private and local bills for second reading, would you please call Bill number 45, the Black Cultural Society Act?
We'll now have public bills for second reading. The Bill number 45, the Black Cultural Centre Act. The Honourable Minister of Agriculture, Aquaculture and Fisheries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to move second reading of Bill number 45, an act to amend Chapter 101 of the Acts of 1977, the Black Cultural Society Act. Mr. Speaker, these requested changes were asked and passed by the board of the Black Cultural Centre. Amendments will include replacement of one-year terms with a three-year term for board members, provide staggered terms of having 2 members serve a one-year term and 2 members serving a 2-year term initially. Removes a clause which sets up the board's first executive committee, reduces the current eligibility to serve 6 consecutive terms of office to 2 consecutive terms, and reduces a 11-member quorum for the board of directors to 7. And it also allows participation in meetings by electronic means. Mr. Speaker, this is a change that the Black Cultural Centre has been asking for some time. Unfortunately, they didn't have the ad placed in time last year to follow this through. So, Mr. Speaker, with that, I'll take my place.
Barring no speakers on this bill, if I'm to recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture, Aquaculture and Fisheries, it'll be to close debate on Bill number 45.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading of Bill number 45.
Motion is for second reading of Bill number 45. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried.
Bill number 45, entitled an act to amend Chapter 101 of the Acts of 1977, the Black Cultural Society Act.
Ordered that this bill be referred to the Committee on Private and Local Bills. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, would you please call under private and local bills Bill number 61, the Onslow Cemetery Company, an act to incorporate the trustees.
We'll now call Bill number 61. The Honourable Member for Colchester North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that Bill 61, an act to amend Chapter 197 of the Acts of 1901, an act to incorporate the trustees of the Onslow Cemetery Company, be read for a second time.
If I'm to recognize the Honourable Member for Colchester North, it will be to close debate on Bill number 61.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now move we close debate on Bill number 61.
Motion is to close debate on Bill number 61. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Excuse me, the motion is, I'll correct that, is for second reading of Bill number 61. My mistake. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Contrary minded, nay. Motion is carried.
Bill number 61, entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 197 of the Acts of 1901, an act to incorporate the trustees of the Onslow Cemetery Company.
Ordered that this bill be referred to the Committee on Private and Local Bills. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, would you revert to public bills for second reading, Bill number 58, the Apprenticeship and Trade Qualifications Act?
We'll now call public bills for second reading with Bill number 58, the Apprenticeship and Trades Qualifications Act amended. The Honourable Minister of Labour and Advanced Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that Bill 58, an act to amend Chapter 1 of the Acts of 2003, the Apprenticeship and Trades Qualification Act, be now read a second time. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure everyone in this House would agree that apprenticeship is incredibly important to the growth of our industries, our economy, and our province. A successful apprenticeship system means more productivity, and it means more jobs for our daughters and sons. There's no question we need skilled workers in Nova Scotia. Nova Scotia's new apprenticeship agency, led by industry, is working to ensure that our system is responsive to our trades and our workforce, and that our apprentices get the training they need to achieve their certification. To do this, we need to work with them to help remove some of the barriers our apprentices face. Mr. Speaker, today's workforce requires highly refined skills, something apprentices rely on employers to teach them. We need to increase employer participation so that more apprentices can access these skills. We also know that today's workforce needs to be mobile, which is especially true for those working in the skilled trades. And so, Mr. Speaker, we need to improve access to outside opportunities for training. That's why we're making changes to the Apprenticeship and Trades Qualification Act. Mr. Speaker, these amendments will help more apprentices complete their training more quickly and at less cost. Nova Scotia apprentices who pursue on-the-job training in another province will no longer have to register in that province. Instead, they can remain registered here in Nova Scotia, allowing them to start their training more quickly. This saves them from paying extra fees and writing more exams. Mr. Speaker, the amendments also ensure that classroom, on-the-job, and trades training are recognized, meeting a government commitment. These changes will also allow the Nova Scotia Apprenticeship Agency to make agreements with other provinces to ensure the apprentices' experience in training is recognized and that the training they receive meets a quality standard. The agency will be a home base for Nova Scotia apprentices, tracking and logging their technical training and workplace experience. Mr. Speaker, right now, only about half of the apprentices registered in Nova Scotia actually complete their certification. These changes will improve the completion rates of Nova Scotia apprentices by making it easier for them to get the training they need to complete the program more quickly. Mr. Speaker, we know Nova Scotians want to stay and build a life here. In fact, I spoke with some young people at the bill briefing last Friday, and they all plan to continue their trades journey here. I chatted with a second-year NSCC pipe trade student who will be looking for that essential hands-on training he'll need to get his red seal. I also spoke to a recently certified journey person who's already looking to find out what she can do to help train that next apprentice. What I saw in all of them was optimism. They see opportunities right here, and they want to be part of them. They also want to get the word out to more young Nova Scotians about how rewarding careers in the skilled trades are. They're doing their part, and we're helping them by making the kinds of changes we need to keep young Nova Scotians here, where they can get good jobs, put down roots, and build their lives. These amendments will help apprentices get the training they need more quickly and at less cost so they can qualify for the good jobs available in Nova Scotia now and in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Pictou Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a decent bill. However, it It would be much better, Mr. Speaker, and would make more sense if the government could accompany it with a real plan to create jobs. According to the government, this legislation will allow apprentices to get training more quickly and at a less cost. This is a good thing. However, enabling this mobility will make it easier for Nova Scotia tradespeople to move out west. While this bill will also make it easier for Nova Scotian tradespeople to come back, this hinges on there being jobs in Nova Scotia to return to that would pay at least comparable to what they would make in Western Canada. In order to support this policy, the government has created additional bureaucracy. The budget for the Nova Scotia Apprenticeship Agency is approximately $11 million this year alone. Unless Nova Scotia sees significant job creation in the near future, this policy will likely not provide a good return on investment for the Nova Scotia economy. This comes back to a fundamental challenge for apprenticeship in Nova Scotia. There is not enough economic activity in the trades to provide sufficient apprenticeship opportunities to all Nova Scotians. This is the fundamental problem that needs to be addressed. It'll make it easier for Nova Scotia tradespeople to be mobile. Without sufficient growth in the trade industries in Nova Scotia, there would be little incentive for tradespeople to return despite the new regulations that make it easier for them to do so. It is worthwhile to make things easier for apprentices, especially making training and certification easier and less costly. In the future, we would hope to see it be easier for apprentices to be educated, trained, and have opportunities right here at home. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
If I'm to recognize the Honourable Minister of Labour, it will be to close debate on Bill number 58. Oh, there you go. I didn't look over there. The Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
Mr. Speaker, I stand today to talk on Bill 58, the Apprenticeship and Trades Qualification Act. I'll make it short, you know, apprenticeship, in my opinion, is probably a very underutilized way to achieve your Red Seal certification. It used to be with my parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents. That was the only way that you'd go and you would get your certification. You would learn a trade. It would be handed down from family member to family member. And that's kind of how you became a plumber or an electrician, a mechanic, and numerous other things. It allows for the big advantage for the apprenticeship program is it allows for males and females alike to transition and change careers and still be able to learn a trade, but also to be able to provide an income for their family. And it's also a great way, like I said, to pass down knowledge. So some of the things that you learn under apprenticeship are the hands-on experience, and some of those things you can't actually learn from a book. You need to actually have somebody there who's been through it, and they will teach you how to react and how to do certain things. So one of the things, I think the last set of numbers that I looked at when it came to apprenticeships in Nova Scotia is that I think we were hovering around 50% of people that enter into apprenticeship programs actually complete it. And I guess the question is why? Why is it around 50% when we have such a huge need for plumbers, electricians, carpenters, roofers, pipe fitters, and the list goes on and on. Some of those reasons are, I guess the big reasons is that the massive amount of red tape that an apprentice has to go through in order to get certified. And businesses not taking on some of these apprentices. And I read something through the Department of Labour and Advanced Education that Nova Scotian apprentices, it actually takes them 2 years longer than the national average to complete their apprenticeship program. That to me is startling, and it seems to me like it's not efficient. So what this bill will actually do that will help take care of some of that red tape is there'll be no challenge exams. Hours that our apprenticeships work anywhere in Canada, can now count in Nova Scotia, including pre-apprenticeship hours. And repeat, including the pre-apprenticeship hours, which, from my understanding, were never included before in the past. So these are big things to help anyone, not just young Nova Scotians, but Nova Scotians who want to transition from career to career into a different trade. These are encouraging things. These are things that we want them to be able to take part of, and these are more reasons to get people into a skilled trade. When I talked about the red tape earlier, and I promise you, Mr. Speaker, I'm almost done here. One of the things that we kept hearing is having to re-register as an apprentice. That won't have to happen anymore. They can remain registered here in Nova Scotia. So that is also it'll allow for faster, cheaper, and like I said earlier, less red tape. So we're taking the apprenticeship program and we're making it, like I said earlier, and I'll repeat it, faster, cheaper, and less red tape. And I think that's what everybody wants when it comes to the apprenticeship program. So in closing, I would just like to say that I think this is a fantastic step forward. It will encourage more people to get into apprenticeship. It'll encourage more, not just young Nova Scotians, all Nova Scotians, and it'll also encourage people to come home and know that when they do come home, that their hours will count and that they won't have to go through the red tape of the past. I thank you. With that, I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Labour and Advanced Education. It will be to close debate on Bill number 58, the Apprenticeship and Trades Qualification Act.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise now to close debate on Bill 58. I would like to let my honourable colleague know that we are working to increase employer involvement in the apprenticeship system. Our CEO and Chair of the Board are currently traveling the province talking to employers to alert them to the new to the changes, to the fact that we now have an apprenticeship agency, so that employers can understand the value that they can receive from taking on an apprentice, Mr. Speaker. I would like to also let the member know that we have doubled the money in the apprenticeship stream of the START program, and that is, we've heard great response from employers on that. We have 600 people who've actually moved through that program, and it's getting accolades, Mr. Speaker. I would like to note that one of the things I particularly like about this bill is that it enables an apprentice who has to go away, and the member for Halifax Atlantic is quite right that our apprentices are taking on average about 2 years longer to complete their apprenticeships. It's not because our kids, our young people, require that or that they're doing remedial work. The issue is attaching to an employer and staying attached to an employer through that entire period. If an employer has a contract that ends, they may not be able to keep an apprentice on. We are trying to make it possible for those apprentices to continue their apprenticeship journey without interruption, so that they can complete their apprenticeship and come back and be here in Nova Scotia. The fact that their records are held here means, Mr. Speaker, that they will be able to, they'll have a relationship with Nova Scotia, and they know that they'll be able to come home and have their hours counted. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I now move to close debate on Bill 58.
The motion is for second reading of Bill number 58, the Apprenticeship and Trades Qualification Act. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried.
Bill number 58, entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 1 of the Acts of 2003, the Apprenticeship and Trades Qualifications Act.
Ordered that this bill be referred to the Committee on Law Amendments. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, would you please call Bill number 59, the Halifax Regional Municipality Charter?
We'll now call Bill number 59, the Halifax Regional Municipality Charter Act amended. The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that Bill number 59, an Act to amend Chapter 39 of the Acts of 2008, the Halifax Regional Municipality Charter, be read for a second time. Mr. Speaker, it's my pleasure to rise in the House today to speak to an amendment to the Halifax Regional Municipality Charter. This change provides authority for Council to enter into a property tax agreement with the owners of heavy industrial properties. Mr. Speaker, our government is pleased to bring this change forward so Halifax Regional Municipality can provide a competitive operating environment for heavy industrial businesses, which can lead to additional economic benefits for the municipality and its citizens. With this amendment, HRM will be able to negotiate tax agreements that recognize the uniqueness of heavy industrial businesses and the use of their property while coming to a mutual agreement on property taxes. Mr. Speaker, through regulation, the provincial government will identify the definition of heavy industrial properties so that it is clear what the circumstances are for this change. The provincial government recognizes there are situations where it may be difficult to assess the value of a heavy industrial property. As a result, this can lead to time-consuming and expensive appeals involving both the municipality and the business. Mr. Speaker, this change allows HRM Council to provide stable and predictable taxes eligible for properties with approval of a municipal bylaw. We are making this amendment because we believe the municipality is in the best position to determine the circumstances where eligible heavy industrial property owners will pay the taxes identified in an agreement. We're not the only jurisdiction, Mr. Speaker, that recognizes this, and that it can be difficult to value some properties based on criteria under the Assessment Act. A property tax agreement for specific use assets in certain industries is commonly applied across the country. We understand, Mr. Speaker, that the time can be of the essence, and by making this change to the legislation, HRM will be able to react in a more efficient manner. With that, Mr. Speaker, I conclude my remarks, and I look forward to the comments of my colleagues.
The honourable member for Inverness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is certainly a topic that we talk about a lot in this legislature, is about how do we stimulate economic development in the province. And being a jurisdiction where we do have very high taxes right across the board, I'm not surprised to see legislation like this coming forth in the legislature. We do know that companies make decisions about whether or not they are going to expand operations, and we think of Michelin as one example of a company that's already in Nova Scotia, who from time to time looks at their operations and compares them to other operations they have around the world. And I know from speaking with them and people who work there, there's essentially competition within that company. And when they decide to invest in a jurisdiction, it's based on the best business case that that jurisdiction can be put forward from that jurisdiction. And it's put forward, Mr. Speaker, by people who are working for Michelin in that jurisdiction. So, again, Mr. Speaker, I'm not surprised to see something like this come forward. It is certainly HRM's business, Mr. Speaker, to decide these kinds of things. I can see that logic. I also know that it does still raise questions. And as I mentioned in the House the other day, we have a new government. And I think one of the things that this government highlighted during its election campaign was the idea of no more handouts to big business. And I remember seeing ads with investments that were made at the time by the previous government. And in those advertisements that I saw, and many Nova Scotians saw on television, they had lists of the investments that were made and saying that those were bad decisions. And I can think of the paper mill in my area, Mr. Speaker, and I know that's running today, and thank God that it is, because we know there's many people working there, and I shudder to think what the economy would be in the Strait area without that mill. So that is an example of an investment that was, if I can try to choose a soft wording, that was looked down upon, I think, by this government when they were running in the election. So I think, I guess we all understand that there has to be some negotiation with business, and it's not always cut and dry. But I do know that the public does get concerned about tax breaks, especially for big business. I think they're a little more open to small business breaks. But what we often hear from small businesses is, why aren't these breaks available to my business? I know that's something I've heard many times when I visit local businesses in my area. So the questions arise, Mr. Speaker, do the tax breaks actually work? Are Nova Scotians in favor of this type of economic development, even if it is something that HRM is deciding? The other thing, and I know the Minister of Economic Development has made efforts by posting information on the website, on a government website, about investments. One question I'd like to put on the record is there a way that we can identify when we achieve break-even? Because there are sometimes millions of dollars in concessions given to companies that are operating in Nova Scotia. And I'll even think about this for the paper mill in my area, and I know they're doing well. I'm happy to see that. And if they keep on track, I think Nova Scotians will recoup that investment that was made there. But I think it's certainly valuable for people to be able to track these things, and not for political reasons, Mr. Speaker, but for Nova Scotians to be able to perhaps restore their faith in this whole idea of giving some breaks to businesses who locate here. Because if they do, we know we get jobs from that, and we get tax revenue from that, and that's all good for the province. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to say too much more. I do look forward to watching law amendments on this bill to see if there will be presenters, whether it's from the municipality. I'm sure they will be supportive of this. In fact, I think they've championed this to the government. But I'll be interested to hear more from them and from businesses that may be categorized as heavy industrial properties, and certainly from any other Nova Scotians that wish to come forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to have an opportunity to rise in my place to speak on Bill 59, which is an amendment to the Halifax Charter. And as we know from the Minister and the previous Speaker, this is an amendment to the Charter that will allow for the Halifax Regional Municipality to enter into a negotiation which is, as I understand it, already quite far along in the process, to give a particular rate of tax for the Irving Shipyard, which, Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud to say is in the constituency that I represent. And but what concerns me is not so much the intention of this act, but what concerns me is the hypocrisy of the government with respect to bringing forward this. Mr. Speaker, I didn't call anybody a hypocrite, which I think is unparliamentary, but hypocrisy, to the best of my knowledge, is something that can be asserted. Perhaps not. The clerk says no. Speaking out of both sides of one's mouth, Mr. Speaker, not permitted either. Wow. Well, Mr. Speaker, this definitely is a case where the government members on one side of this legislature, and the Premier specifically, took a very different position in opposition than what this bill represents. And let's be absolutely crystal clear about the position that the government took when they were in opposition, and the Premier specifically took when he was in opposition. The Premier's position was, with respect to tax breaks that saw reduced revenue for municipal government, for heavy industrial operations like the Irving oil refinery, the position he took, and it's on the record, is very clear that unless all businesses had the same benefit and were treated in the same way with the same regulatory specifications, then it was not fair, it was not proper, and it was a corporate welfare to large industry and large corporations. And he campaigned not only during an election, but for a year and a half prior to an election on the basis that he would end this practice in government. Yet here we see before us today a bill that does precisely what the Premier campaigned against and said he stood opposed to and that he would put an end to. And there is a name for that. There are words in the dictionary that will describe that particular activity, but parliamentary convention prohibits me from actually articulating those. But, you know, Mr. Speaker, we all know what those words are that one could use to describe that kind of behavior. And that's precisely what I feel about the particular bill that's in front of us with respect to the Premier's breach of his campaign promises to the people of Nova Scotia. How the people of the province will feel about this, I don't know. We will have an opportunity to see if any members come to our Law Amendments Committee. That is their opportunity to come and talk about this bill. And I'm not going to belabor the point. I want to say that we all recognize that throughout our municipality we have small, medium, and large-size businesses. And all of these enterprises bring benefits and sometimes challenges to our province. They provide employment opportunities and revenue through corporate tax and also the personal income tax that's generated by the jobs that are associated with these various enterprises. They also quite often are part of a much larger business supply chain that has a significant impact on the financial revenues of the province and the GDP of the province. And for that we are all grateful. They sometimes have perhaps negative impacts in terms of the footprint on the environment or you know, other issues that need to be dealt with, occupational health and safety issues, labor relations issues, and we need to always be mindful that our support for employment and investment and doesn't come at any cost, and that we have very strong regulations in place to protect our environment, to ensure there are sustainable practices with the industries in our province, and that they are good employers and they have safe workplaces and these kinds of things. And we also, Mr. Speaker, need to be very mindful of what it means to be a good corporate citizen. If there is such a thing, there are people who would believe that there isn't such a thing as corporate citizenship, but in the, you know, the lexicon of a market economy, corporations have they are legal entities. They have certain rights and obligations as legal entities, and there is an expectation of how a good corporate entity would behave in your province, and certainly paying their fair share of taxes, corporate taxes, is one of the things that we would expect. Just as we would expect that a premier and a party that campaigned to end corporate welfare did in fact mean that, but apparently that's not the case. The premier today in question period said, oh, this has nothing to do with me. Corporate tax breaks, these will be municipal tax breaks. Well, give me a break, Mr. Speaker. We all are a little more sophisticated than that. We know that the enabling legislation to allow HRM to make the corporate tax breaks for Irving or any other large industrial enterprise resides here in this chamber, which is why HRM has come to our provincial government and asked us to make the necessary change. Well, I hear the Minister of Energy over there chirping about how he hasn't breached any campaign promise he made, but I would remind him that, you know, we all looked at the Liberal platform, and quite clearly the chapter on economic development talks about ending corporate welfare, talks about refocusing the government's endeavors on economic development into the small business sector, and this does anything but that. This is quite contrary to what they promised the people of the province that they were going to do, and you know, it's probably not something that they want to be reminded of, that this in fact is the antithesis of what it was that they promised to do. But this is something that is incumbent on the opposition parties to point this out, that there is a certain element of again, there are many words that could describe it, none of them that we are permitted to say, but there is a certain element here of saying one thing in opposition, campaigning, promising the people of the province through an election campaign, raising people's hopes and expectations, and you know, I think feeding into the kind of belief that people have that you can, in fact, run a province with small, medium, and large businesses without any incentives for large corporations. There are people who would think that that wasn't only a naive commitment from the government, but that they were well aware when they made the commitment that it was a commitment that couldn't be kept. Well, the member from Shabaktal is surprised. It was a commitment he intended to keep, and he's quite shocked now that his own government and his own premier are now introducing changes to allow for corporate tax breaks. And he's speechless. I don't know, perhaps he will be getting up to talk on this bill, and he will tell us why the Premier and the members of Executive Council have decided to change their minds about corporate welfare and corporate tax breaks, and why now, you know, 1 year later, they've discovered something that they were totally unaware of and in the dark about a year ago. And also their newfound admiration for the Irvings and their newfound attachment to the shipyard project, which I remember at one time I think the Premier described as just a parking lot on the harbour in the north end of Halifax. So it's hardly that, Mr. Speaker. This is a place where today there are 900 people working in our province, and that particular enterprise is being transformed into the most modern shipbuilding facility in North America. And as I said, it's located in the heart of Halifax, Needham, my constituency, and I'm very proud of the fact that there's a large industrial enterprise in my constituency that contributes to the economic health and well-being of this province, just as I am proud of many of the small and medium-sized businesses that exist in my community. I used to like to stand up when I was first elected to this chamber and say that I was probably the only MLA who could say we make ships and beer in my constituency, but we do. We make ships and beer in the north end of Halifax, and it's a fabulous constituency to represent, and we have many small and medium-sized businesses that make many interesting and unique products that contribute to the health and the well-being of this province. And I'm very proud to say that I and the party I belong to, we believe in providing fair and a balanced approach to all of the enterprises in our province that contribute to the economic health of the province, Mr. Speaker. So with those few remarks, I will take my seat. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thought after listening to that fairy tale, I would stand up and provide a few remarks. To start with, and I would direct the member's attention back to Hansard at the time of the Imperial Refinery deal, and we stood up and we said, and in fact I said, and she can go back and check Hansard on this, that, Mr. Speaker, I said that what should happen is that the municipality should be given the authority to decide whether they wish to do a property tax break, that it should not be forced upon by the province. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, when we were in opposition, I and the Premier and many other members stood up and spoke in favour of the legislation that was done with Liverpool, which allowed Liverpool, the regional municipality of Queens, the ability to make a decision on whether they wanted to do a property tax thing. The same for Richmond, Mr. Speaker. We stood up repeatedly in this House and spoke about the fact that the province should not force property tax rebates to companies, but that if they wanted to do that, if municipalities, the democratically elected people at the municipality who are responsible for property tax wanted to make those decisions, they should be given the authority to do that, and that's exactly the commitment and the promise that this government is living up to with this request from the Halifax Regional Municipality. We are following exactly what we said and exactly what I stood in this House and said we would do. And Mr. Speaker, what we said we would do in the election is get rid of the large grants that the previous government termed as loans. And Mr. Speaker, the Premier and the Minister of Economic, Rural Development and Tourism have taken away that checkbook, have taken away those grants, have taken away the loans that the NDP used to call, have taken away the grants that the NDP used to call loans, but were forgivable loans. And I often wondered, Mr. Speaker, I often wondered how I would go to my bank and ask for a forgivable loan, just like the NDP used to hand out to big corporations in this province, and this government got rid of them. Mr. Speaker, we got rid of them just like we said we would. And Mr. Speaker, that member can stand up in this House and talk about all she wants about trying to make it seem like we were against exactly what the municipality, Halifax Regional Municipality, has come and asked for, and that is absolutely false, because we stood in this House and I am on the record, the Premier is on the record, and other members are on the record saying municipalities should be given the authority to make those decisions of their own accord in their own chambers, and that's what this legislation does. And Mr. Speaker, let me leave it at the fact that she stands up and says that we were against the ships project. Every one of the members in this legislature, everyone from all three parties, had the Ship Start Here stickers on their windows. We were all down there. Almost all of us from all three parties were down there. We unanimously passed the resolution in support of that project. Mr. Speaker, what we opposed was handing out a grant and calling it a loan, trying to convince Nova Scotians that a grant was in fact a loan when it was not. It was handing out free money without any guarantees, Mr. Speaker, and that's what it's about. So, Mr. Speaker, we have done exactly what we said in opposition on this file and the others, and I commend the Minister of Economic, Rural Development and Tourism for taking that lead, and the Premier and the Minister of Municipal Relations for dealing with this issue with the municipality in exactly the way we said it should be dealt with before. And one last thing, Mr. Speaker. In question period, that member stood up and said that we suddenly created a tax break for Imperial. No, Mr. Speaker. In fact, the legislation the Minister of Municipal Relations tabled and we passed in the spring took away the NDP tax break that they had put in legislation, and we allowed it to be set by assessment. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to stand. I want to first begin by apologizing for anybody who just heard the Minister of Energy and what he professes is going on in the province today, Mr. Speaker. I do apologize, because I've been in this legislature for over 11 years, Mr. Speaker, and what a change in position, what a change in tune from the Liberal government when they sat on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker. It is a change, Mr. Speaker. Day after day, Mr. Speaker, they were on their feet, not supporting any initiatives that supported businesses in this province, Mr. Speaker, and it's interesting to hear them today, Mr.
Please.
Speaker.
The honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's interesting as I sit here listening to some of the comments from the Minister of Energy and some of the chirping that we're hearing as the opposition is standing talking about the amendments to the Charter for Bill 59, Mr. Speaker, because it wasn't that long ago, just over a year ago, that they were on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, and they spoke against almost every investment that went towards businesses in this province, Mr. Speaker. And we know the Premier, for example, my leader just tabled something that I don't think I need to table again, but I will if I have to. After the previous government supported Imperial Oil and the refinery in Dartmouth, Eastern Passage, Mr. Speaker, and the Premier said, and I quote, "We think the Premier should be looking at taxes all across the board by treating every business the same," end quote, Mr. Speaker. And that's not what they're doing here, Mr. Speaker. So it's interesting that on one side of the House, they say that they need to look at taxes for all businesses. They should be treated equally. And we know, and this amendment, Mr. Speaker, to Bill 59 will not do that. We heard from the municipality just recently in recent reports and media coverage, Mr. Speaker, that they've been negotiating with Irving for almost a year, I think, Mr. Speaker. But we haven't heard anything from the government on their position on this, Mr. Speaker. They're very quiet. It's interesting, Mr. Speaker, as I read media, especially the Chronicle Herald, Mr. Speaker, every day I read it, and I see tucked away, usually in the business section, Mr. Speaker, a little tiny clip on some investments that have been made. I think today I heard one recent investment from the federal government, but the provincial government investing also. But it's interesting, no name of the Minister of Economic Development, no name of the Premier, Mr. Speaker, because they want to pretend that they're not investing in businesses, Mr. Speaker, because that's what they said when they were in opposition. But they're continuing to invest in companies, which you have to, Mr. Speaker, to make this province competitive, to try to get some of our young people who have left our province, Mr. Speaker. You need to support businesses in Nova Scotia, large businesses, industrial businesses, and small businesses, Mr. Speaker. We seen last week, during Small Business Week, a huge $30 million tax cut to large corporations during Small Business Week, Mr. Speaker. Why didn't we see tax cuts for small businesses last week? We didn't, Mr. Speaker. We were proud as a government to reduce the small business tax. Every year we were in government, Mr. Speaker, and they did not do the same thing now that they're in government, Mr. Speaker. They want to give a $30 million tax break to large corporations during Small Business Week. Timing, Mr. Speaker, says a lot. And I think their timing on that one.
Order, please. There'll be plenty of time to speak on the bill. The honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid has the floor.
And I would agree, Mr. Speaker, and maybe we'll see some of the members stand up and talk on this piece of legislation, on the amendments to the Charter, on Bill 57. We know, Mr. Speaker, that government needs to continue to support industry. We need to continue to support businesses so that we have a good environment to attract businesses, to have workers here, remain in Nova Scotia. We see far too often these are young people leaving the province to go elsewhere, Mr. Speaker. But it's so ironic that for at least a year prior to the last election, Mr. Speaker, they stood on every occasion criticizing the government for doing almost the same thing as what they're doing here, Mr. Speaker. Pretty much, but you know the difference, Mr. Speaker? The previous government was open. They told Nova Scotians what was going on, what they were investing in, Mr. Speaker. Here, we don't hear nothing. It was presenting the bill on a Friday, a small report later that night, I think it was in all Nova Scotia, Mr. Speaker, who indicated that there was more behind this amendment to the Charter than most people would think. And of course, on Friday, no question period until this week. At least this week we'll have some question period on Friday, Mr. Speaker, of the real intention of this piece of legislation. They should just be open and transparent. That's what they said when they were on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, that they would be open and transparent. Well, Mr. Speaker, it shouldn't take the investigation of a reporter to really come out with the true reason why this change is happening, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate the reporter who did the investigation. He's a good reporter. But he wasn't, the government wasn't transparent. And I know the Minister of Service Nova Scotia, Municipal Relations, wasn't here prior to the last election. But he ran on the commitments that the Premier and the Liberal Party brought forward, Mr. Speaker, to end corporate handouts to businesses, Mr. Speaker, to end them. But yet daily, weekly, I see in the paper, the government, taxpayers' money are still going towards supporting businesses in this province, Mr. Speaker. We see this piece of legislation, amendment to Bill 59, that will allow the municipality to enter into negotiations for property tax agreements, Mr. Speaker, that will support industries, talking about heavy industrial and businesses properties, Mr. Speaker, here in the province of Nova Scotia. So they say one thing on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, and I think I could probably go to Hansard, and they said the same thing about other previous governments, Mr. Speaker, but when they get to government, they change their tune, they change their position. This is exactly what they've done on this position, on this piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker. They said one thing over here, and they're doing another thing there, Mr. Speaker. So it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see how they explain to Nova Scotians why they're changing their position. They advocated, Mr. Speaker, that they would not support large corporate handouts or businesses in this province. Time and time again, Mr. Speaker, they said this. But with Bill 57, we know that this, or Bill 59, sorry, we know that this is not the case, Mr. Speaker. And I hear a lot of comments from across the way, Mr. Speaker. I know the Minister of Energy can't get up again on his feet. He's already had his chance to speak an hour. But there's about 30 other, maybe, or 29 other members over there. And I know the Minister of Economic Development, he's probably going to get up now, Mr. Speaker. We've touched a nerve over there. You know, he's going to try to explain how this is different, Mr. Speaker, than their stance when they're in opposition. So I want to apologize for Nova Scotians for having to listen to the Minister of Economic Development in a few minutes, because he's going to try his hardest. He may yell, he may point over to the opposition party now, Mr. Speaker, but the truth is the truth. In opposition, the Liberal Party said they would stop supporting businesses in this province with handouts and tax relief, Mr. Speaker, but yet Bill 59, amendment to the Halifax Charter, will do exactly that, Mr. Speaker, to allow the municipality to look at huge industrial businesses or industrial properties, Mr. Speaker, to try to negotiate a change in their property taxes. And Mr. Speaker, so with those few comments, it'll be interesting to see what government members have to say. It'd be nice of those in executive council, Mr. Speaker, stand on their feet and try to explain why the change of position. All of a sudden, now that they're in government, they're in the government ranks, that this is any different than what we've seen in prior governments, even when the Conservatives were in power, Mr. Speaker, because progressive Conservatives were in power, Mr. Speaker, because there's a need for government to interact with industrial businesses in our province, to make sure that businesses have an opportunity to provide the jobs that they can to bring Nova Scotians back, or to give those jobs to newly graduated students, Mr. Speaker. We have to have a good environment here in the province for these young people to continue to live here and provide a living for themselves and their family, Mr. Speaker. So it'll be interesting to see how we go forward on this. I look forward to the process moving forward, to hear from anybody who has concerns with it, to come to law amendments, and I look forward to those comments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of the Public Service Commission.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order. Mr. Speaker, the member from Sackville-Cobequid stated that the NDP supported small business by reducing the taxes on small business. Mr. Speaker, although the taxes were reduced, the NDP also reduced the threshold, capturing more taxes from small business, Mr. Speaker. And that is not in support of small business, and I think the House needs to know the truth.
Order, please. It's not a point of order. That's a disagreement of facts. The Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want in 1 minute to thank the Minister of Energy for his support of charter changes to the Halifax, that the Halifax should have the right to do their charter. But, Mr. Speaker, CBRM is looking for a charter, and I'm hoping that the Minister of Energy, who the member of Dartmouth East, will also help support CBRM in their charter drive, and I hope he can convince his colleagues that that's a good thing, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Minister of Economic and Rural Development and Tourism.
Well, Mr. Speaker, after hearing the member, first the leader of the NDP and then the member for Sackville-Cobequid, I felt it important that Nova Scotians clearly understand what is taking place here, and to provide a bit of the history lesson which my colleague, the Minister of Energy, previously provided. We were members in opposition when the previous government brought forward legislation which was going to provide Imperial Oil Refinery with a reduction in the amount of municipal taxes they were supposed to pay. That deal was negotiated by the NDP government and the refinery, not the municipality. Yet it's the municipality that was going to lose on those potential revenues from that deal. That's what happened there. Now, Mr. Speaker, the government prior to that, the Progressive Conservative government, actually was in power when the municipality of Richmond approached me and approached the government as to whether they could be given the authority to enter into an assessment deal with the Bearhead LNG proposed facility. This was a duly elected municipal council which came forward asking the provincial government to allow them the ability to have that type of a tax agreement. Mr. Speaker, that was supported by all members of the House because it was a municipality asking to be able to do this. That is the same situation that brought us Bill number 59. You had a duly elected municipal council, mayor and councillors, who came forward to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and asked, we would like you to give us the ability to be able to enter into a tax agreement with heavy industrial users within HRM. This is nothing near to what was done by the previous government. Mr. Speaker, we work closely with our municipal partners. We respect the fact that they have been duly elected the way we have been duly elected, and we respect the fact that they should be allowed to carry out the matters under their jurisdiction, and Bill 59 will do exactly that for the Halifax Regional Municipality. You know, Mr. Speaker, I want to address a few of the other comments that were made by the member for Halifax-Cobequid, in that he was shocked that whenever there are investments made by the government of Nova Scotia, that ministers are not part of the press releases. because that's what life was like under the previous government. It was a lawn sign, it was a slogan, it was a backdrop with whatever slogan of the day they could think of, it was photo ops, it was ribbon cutting, it was every slogan you could think of. Mr. Speaker, during the last campaign, the Premier said he would put an end to that. The Premier clearly said he would take the checkbook away from Cabinet, from unelected members in the Premier's office negotiating deals on behalf of the taxpayers in Nova Scotia, and that is exactly what our government has done. Mr. Speaker, when we make investments now as a government, who's quoted in the press release? Nova Scotia Business Incorporated, InnovaCorp, the independent arm's-length agencies that we have entrusted to make investments on behalf of the people of Nova Scotia. That is why you do not see ministers being mentioned in those releases, because it is our independent arm's-length agencies that are making these investments on behalf of Nova Scotians. Mr. Speaker, at no time did the Premier, the Minister of Energy, or any of the members that were sat in opposition suggest that government should not support business. What we suggest is that we had to stop the practice of having 4 individuals within the Premier's office going out and negotiating directly with companies and picking the winners and picking the losers and writing the blank check. Mr. Speaker, we said there had to be transparency. What did we do? First bill that came in was to set up a new website that any Nova Scotian can go on now as I speak and see exactly where the government of Nova Scotia has invested their money. That does not exist in any other province in Canada, Mr. Speaker. That is transparency, and that is what we promised the people of Nova Scotia. Now, Mr. Speaker, what upsets the member for Sackville-Cobequid, who's listening intently, is that we are doing exactly what we told the people of Nova Scotia we would do. Bill 59 is a request by the Halifax Regional Municipality to enter into a tax agreement with certain industrial users. Mr. Speaker, I believe the Mayor himself has spoken loud and clear that this should not be seen as a tax break. Instead, it is a tax agreement that is meant to create some certainty in the assessment in a property that's not typical of other properties. Mr. Speaker, I commend my colleague, the Minister of Municipal Relations, for working closely with the Halifax Regional Municipality. We see all of our municipal partners as exactly that. They are partners. They are duly elected. We will continue to work with them. We will continue to do what is in their best interest. And at the same time, Mr. Speaker, in doing that, it is not a secret deal. It is not being done within the Cabinet confines. The bill is being brought here in front of all Nova Scotians for them to see, and the decisions from here forward, once the bill passes, will be done by the duly elected Halifax Regional Municipality. Merci.
If I'm to recognize the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs, it will be to close debate on Bill number 59, the Halifax Regional Municipality Charter Act. The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleagues in the House for really energizing the afternoon. Thank you. It's a privilege. We'll try and keep that level of energy so that we are attentive to the orders of the House. Mr. Speaker, a number of my colleagues on both sides of the House have spoken to this subject matter, and I just want to outline some of the comments. I'm not going to repeat my colleagues, but I think it's important really to recognize the objectives of this piece of legislation. And I want to clarify that this piece of legislation came from the Mayor and Council of the Halifax Regional Municipality. And I want to share with all members of this House the work that we've done over the last 10 months to engage our municipal leaders, both elected and senior officials, to build a bridge and relationships between the provincial government and the municipal governments. Yesterday, last evening, I met with the Mayor and Council on Halifax Regional Municipality, completing 54 of 54 municipalities in the province. And the discussions that we have partaken in have really laid the groundwork for an understanding of the objectives and the needs of municipal governments from Yarmouth through to Cape Breton. And Mr. Speaker, I can tell you from those discussions, it has been a valuable learning experience for me, not only to get to know my colleagues at the municipal government level, but to work with them. And I want to remind members of this House that the previous government did not pursue those types of relationships with our municipal leaders. Matter of fact, the previous Premier was known to interfere in municipal government matters. And I want to tell you here today that this Premier does not interfere in municipal government matters. The Premier has specifically tasked me to build relationships with municipalities to ensure that we understand their needs and that as we move forward, we work together to identify and resolve those issues. Yes, Mr. Speaker, there remains outstanding issues. But I can tell you, face-to-face meetings serve a much better purpose than a simple phone call. It's absolutely essential that we engage our municipal partners in their environment, on their grounds, to speak and hear and listen of their issues. And that's the work that our department has done, that this government has done over the last 10 months. Mr. Speaker, some of the comments that were made earlier, and I want to touch base on some of them. My colleagues on both sides of the House have used the terms or words such as investment and support for employment and investment. And that's exactly what this type of legislation is intended to do. We are allowing our municipal partners, in this case HRM, to make decisions in discussions with large industrial properties, not as a tax grab, but as the mayor of HRM said yesterday publicly in the media, to generate revenues for HRM. And as my colleagues have said in this House today in their comments, to drive economic development. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the NDP spoke specifically and identified the Irving Shipyard as the most modern shipbuilding facility contributing to the economic development of our province. I want to thank the leader of the NDP for being so eloquent in describing the objectives of a charter agreement or an amendment to the charter that allows industrial properties to drive the economic development of this province. The Premier has said on many occasions, it's not for government to drive economic development and create jobs. That's the responsibility of business. And in these circumstances, HRM has come to us and asked for that opportunity, for enabling legislation, for them to engage the corporate sectors within their community to drive economic development. Mr. Speaker, the elected officials and the mayor of HRM are not going to compromise the revenues of the municipality. They're challenged every day, as are 53 other municipalities across the province. And I know through the good work that they're doing and the discussions that our department and staff have had with their staff, that those objectives will continue. Mr. Speaker, many have said, and the Ivany report has identified the need for Halifax to be successful. And inherently, every other community in the province of Nova Scotia will be successful. These are the objectives. This is the intent of the legislation, and it's our desire to work with HRM to ensure that they reach those objectives. Mr. Speaker, the member from Sackville-Cobequid spoke about open and transparent practices. And although the Halifax shipyard has been referenced here in this discussion today, this is about large industrial properties. And as we go forward, I anticipate, and I think my colleagues will recognize, the tremendous opportunity that lies for this province, and particularly with the support of HRM. Whether it's the Halifax Airport Authority or pending opportunities with Shell or BP or any other industrial entity that wants to lay their footprint in Nova Scotia and within Halifax Regional Municipality, it's important that we as government support that. The Premier has spoken to this on a number of occasions, how important it is that we as a provincial government support our municipal colleagues. That is the objective, Mr. Speaker, of this piece of legislation. And I want to assure the members of this House, but because there's been some suggestion that, that some of my colleagues may not have supported this particular piece of legislation. There was tremendous work within our caucus to engage each and every caucus member in this discussion. And on 3 occasions, we engaged the caucus with representation from staff so they clearly understood the opportunities and the objectives that HRM were pursuing in the request for the amendment to the Charter. And I want to assure this House and the people of Nova Scotia that this caucus is unanimous in the support of this piece of legislation. Mr. Speaker, I'll close with a couple of comments that my colleague from Inverness shared. And he spoke about the opportunity for investment and objectively asked sound questions about what we can expect and how we go forward. He asked if Nova Scotians would support this type of economic development. And I want to acknowledge my colleague for identifying this as an economic development opportunity. And I would suggest to my colleague, given the reference to the Ivany report over the past number of weeks and months, that Nova Scotians are looking for economic development, Mr. Speaker, and that Nova Scotians would support, they would support the ability of HRM to prosper, recognizing that inherently the rest of Nova Scotia prospers. Mr. Speaker, my colleague also spoke about the opportunity to recoup on the investment. Mr. Speaker, the amendments to the Charter will do just that. The ability for HRM to engage any industrial sector within their community for the purposes of creating jobs and creating revenues is exactly what the Ivany report has identified, and it's exactly the expectations of Nova Scotia, from Yarmouth through the Valley, through Metro, Western Nova Scotia, and up through to Cape Breton. Mr. Speaker, with those comments, I will conclude my remarks. And Mr. Speaker, ask to close debate on Bill 59. And I want to thank all of my members, all of the members on both sides of the House for their input this afternoon.
Motion is to close debate on Bill number 59, the Halifax Regional Municipality Charter Act. Motion is for second reading. A Bill number 59, the Halifax Regional Municipality Charters Act. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried.
Bill number 59, entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 39 of the Acts of 2008, the Halifax Regional Municipality Charter.
Ordered that the bill be referred to the Committee on Law Amendments. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, would you please call Bill number 24, the Civil Service Act under Private Members' Public Bills, for second reading?
We'll call Bill number 24 for second reading. The Honourable Member for Hants West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise today to move Bill number 24, an act to amend Chapter 70 of the Revised Statutes 1989, Civil Service Act, for a second time. Mr. Speaker, this bill is about recognizing our military, members of our military, more specifically, Mr. Speaker, our veterans, men and women who have served and who have retired. Some of them folks, Mr. Speaker, who are young, who get into the military at an early age and are retiring at 45, 48, 50 years old, still looking to be employed. This is about giving them a preference, Mr. Speaker, to be, if qualified, for employment opportunities within the civil service. But I want to be clear on this, though, Mr. Speaker. This is not about displacing workers in the civil service or not going through the bargaining unit as currently exists within government, within civil service jobs today, Mr. Speaker. It is about only adding to opportunities for those who have served our country. And in light of recent days and weeks and past, we really have an idea and appreciation for how much members of our military do every day in this country and abroad for us. and this bill serves to benefit them, I guess if you want to use that word, or potentially benefit them, those that are qualified, if they're looking to continue employment here in Nova Scotia, and that would be our goal as opportunities. We see them already in jobs like commissionaires. There's a lot of former military personnel who work in those particular positions, so this may be a little bit different, but at the same time, it does speak to the fact that many of these ladies and gentlemen that have served this country do desire to work for many more years following their retirement from their service, Mr. Speaker. That's really what this bill is about, and I look forward to hearing from other members of this House and their thoughts as it moves forward, and I would move Bill number 24 to be read a second time.
The Honourable Minister of the Public Service Commission.
Mr. Speaker, I'm speaking today in support of the spirit of Bill 24 proposed by the Honourable Member from Hants West. This bill will update a section of the Act that was first introduced many years ago as a means to provide those who served with options as they returned home. Today, many of our servicemen and women who are returning from tours of duty or are serving our country in whatever manner are still young, capable individuals who are well-trained and who understand the values of public service. While the Navy finishing up their service in military uniform, many of these individuals have much to offer us in many other ways. Joining the public service is one way they can continue to serve the citizens of this country closer to home and from a different point of view. Mr. Speaker, the events of the past week have put a spotlight on our Canadian forces. The tragedies have caused many of us to pause and truly reflect on what some of us take for granted. These men and women put their lives on the line for us in more ways than we may have expected. And this just weeks before Remembrance Day, a time when we honor all of the men and women who have served and who continue to serve us each and every single day of the year. It is with great gratitude, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to support this bill. Mr. Speaker, the bill that was first introduced many years ago as a means to honor our veterans who have a solid history of service by providing them with continued opportunities to serve. This bill will be updated and be reflected in this new legislation. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to speak on Bill 24.
If I'm to recognize the Honourable Member for Hants West, it will be to close debate on Bill number 24. The Honourable Member for Hants West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Minister for his comments and support, obviously, on this bill moving forward, and I would move to close debate on Bill number 24.
The motion is for a second reading of Bill number 24, the Civil Service Act. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried.
Bill number 24, entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 70 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Civil Service Act.
Ordered that this bill be referred to the Committee on Law Amendments. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, back to public bills for second reading. Would you please call Bill number 60, the Smoke-Free Places Act and Tobacco Access Act.
We'll now have Bill number 60 for second reading, the Smoke-Free Places Act and the Tobacco Access Act. The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that Bill 60 be now read a second time. I'm honoured to rise in the House to speak to my colleagues and Nova Scotians listening in about the importance of tobacco legislation I tabled last week to further protect Nova Scotians from the health risks of smoking. Bill 60 will amend the Smoke-Free Places Act and the Tobacco Access Act to regulate e-cigarettes, water pipes, and flavoured tobacco in Nova Scotia. This regulation is important to help protect Nova Scotians not only from the direct health risks associated with these products, but also the potential for these products to erode the smoke-free culture we've worked so hard to establish for the health and safety of our people, and especially young Nova Scotians. It's been 12 years since the Smoke-Free Places Act was passed by this legislature, and with it, amendments to the Tobacco Access Act. At that time, we had a well-entrenched culture of smoking in Nova Scotia. Mr. Speaker, you will recall the blue haze that filled the air at establishments such as restaurants, bars, and many others. I certainly remember some of my early flights from Gander to Toronto to go to school, and by the end of the flight, you couldn't see the front section of the plane. So those days are well behind us. That smoke not only filled the air, it filled the lungs of smokers and non-smokers alike. This culture was putting Nova Scotia's health at risk. It needed to change, and it did change, and now we have more of a non-smoking culture. Since the Smoke-Free Places Act came into effect in 2002, Nova Scotians can now enjoy smoke-free indoor public places such as bars, restaurants, movie theatres, and workplaces. Through this legislation and changes to the Tobacco Access Act, and through other actions in our tobacco control strategy, and through a great deal of work by dedicated members, Smoke Free Nova Scotia, the Cancer Society, or Cancer Care Nova Scotia, the culture has changed in our province. We have moved toward a smoke-free culture that creates a healthier environment for our citizens. For example, in 1999, 30% of young Nova Scotians aged 15 to 19 smoked, and 28% of adults smoked. By 2012, we brought that down to 11% for youth, 15% for adults. This success must continue. We are determined to ensure a smoke-free culture for the sake of our population's health. But, Mr. Speaker, there are new threats to that culture on the market. Flavoured tobacco, e-cigarettes, and water pipes are emerging products and practices that, if left unchecked, could reverse our good work in tobacco reduction. Let me address a few points about each of these. E-cigarettes. E-cigarettes don't have the same effects on the lungs as regular cigarettes, so there's a tendency to see them as a healthier option. Many people say they've used e-cigarettes to quit regular smoking. I don't want to dispute the experience of individuals, and I applaud their efforts to quit smoking. It's a healthy decision to make, and I recognize it's a challenge too. However, Health Canada has not approved e-cigarettes as smoking cessation devices. And, Mr. Speaker, I want my fellow members to understand why. Health Canada does not seek out products to approve as smoking cessation devices. It takes applications from manufacturers and considers them for approval. E-cigarette manufacturers are being bought up by tobacco companies. So it's no wonder none of them have applied for Health Canada's approval of e-cigarettes as smoking cessation devices. In addition, early research shows there are potential health risks from inhaling e-cigarette vapor. Recently, the American Heart Association classified as e-cigarettes as a cessation product of last resort. Perhaps most importantly, e-cigarettes look a lot like regular cigarettes. Their marketing glamorizes smoking, and research shows they lure young people to move from e-cigarette to regular cigarettes. E-cigarettes have the potential to make smoking popular again, reversing the smoke-free culture we've worked so hard to establish in our province. Therefore, Bill 60 will amend the Smoke-Free Places Act and the Tobacco Access Act to essentially treat e-cigarettes in the same fashion as regular cigarettes. They will not be used in indoor public places. They will not be sold to minors. They will not be sold in pharmacies or other places where tobacco is prohibited. And they will not be displayed or advertised in retail settings. Water pipes. Mr. Speaker, this bill will also address public use of water pipes, which are traditionally known as hookahs. We are addressing them for many of the same reasons as e-cigarettes. There are potential health risks with the vapor that is inhaled through water pipes. Even in some countries where this tradition originated, there are now warnings of health risks. In Nova Scotia, a number of establishments have opened in the past couple of years where water pipe smoking is a main feature. They are typically frequented by young people. So again, we have a product with potential health risks that popularizes the act of smoking, particularly among young Nova Scotians. In order to protect Nova Scotians' health by preserving our smoke-free culture, this bill will ban water pipe smoking from indoor public places, just like cigarettes and e-cigarettes. Flavored tobacco. Flavored tobacco is a gateway to regular cigarette smoking, especially for young people. Mr. Speaker, this is intuitive. When tobacco comes in traditional candy flavors like bubblegum, chocolate, and cherry, you know it's going to attract kids. And there is research to back this up. Preventing young Nova Scotians from getting addicted to cigarettes is a priority. While changes are coming to toughen the Federal Tobacco Act regarding flavored tobacco, they still won't go far enough. And so through this bill, we are amending our Provincial Tobacco Access Act to ban the sale of flavored tobacco in Nova Scotia. We plan to exempt menthol because it's been on the market for decades and it's not marketed to youth. Our concern is with the explosion of candy-flavored tobacco that is clearly being marketed to young people in an effort to get a whole new generation addicted to smoking, addicted to nicotine. Other jurisdictions have also chosen to exempt menthol and to focus on candy flavors that lure youth to try smoking. Mr. Speaker, we recognize these amendments will have implications for some businesses, although most will not have large-scale changes to make. To help them adjust, there will be a 6-month period between passage of this bill and proclamation when the changes take effect. I want to thank businesses around the province for their excellent track record of compliance with our tobacco legislation to date. I have every confidence that they will comply with these amendments as well. Mr. Speaker, I recognize that the rationale for these changes is not quite as straightforward as the tobacco legislation we established 12 years ago. Back then, we were only dealing with traditional tobacco products, cigarettes and cigars. We know that first and second-hand smoke harms our health, so we banned smoking in indoor public places and changed how tobacco is sold with an emphasis on point-of-sale marketing. With e-cigarettes, water pipes, and to a certain extent flavored tobacco, the problem is more complex. It's not just about the direct health risks. These products threaten to erode the healthy, smoke-free culture we've created to make it easier for Nova Scotians to quit smoking, or not even start in the first place. While the problem is complex, Mr. Speaker, the rationale for regulating these products is simple. We must protect the health and safety of Nova Scotians by continuing to promote a smoke-free culture in this province. We've been carefully reviewing the research and advice and keenly following the discussions and actions across Canada, the U.S. and other countries to address these products. I would like to thank our staff for their many hours of research, thoughtful deliberation before making recommendations on the best approach to take. The path we've chosen for Nova Scotia is reasonable and comprehensive. It is in line with recommendations made by the World Health Organization. And while we have all three of these new and emerging trends being banned in different jurisdictions, both in Canada and the United States, we are actually leading the way for other Canadian provinces to take a comprehensive approach to reducing the harms of tobacco. I was proud to table this progressive legislation, Mr. Speaker, and I will be prouder still when it is passed and proclaimed to protect the health and safety of Nova Scotians from the harms of smoking. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and with that, I look forward to further debate on Bill 60.
The honourable member for Argyle-Barrington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is indeed my pleasure to stand today and speak for a few moments around Bill 60. We need to know, and I think to take our jobs very seriously, that it's important that we as legislators and as government, that we do everything that we can to promote health and wellness for Nova Scotians. And I can say, Mr. Speaker, that this bill does that. While there's still much unknown about e-cigarettes, what we do know is that we do not want them in the hands of our children or of our young people. We do not want young people to get in the habit of smoking e-cigarettes only to move on to real cigarettes after, sort of the gateway smoking that we probably used to see in our areas in high school, when there was always the kids that would go outside and have a smoke. And I know there's a number of them around here. I'm just looking around. So now kids are vaping. You know, there's been a number of occasions where I've gone to public events and find it a little disconcerting to see someone vaping in the middle of an event with children around, and you kind of look at it and it's like, well, is that allowed or should that not be allowed? And I can wholeheartedly agree with this government and wholeheartedly agree with the Canadian Cancer Society that it should not be allowed. This is a measure, as the minister alluded to, that the Canadian Cancer Society is very supportive of, and of course brought forward to all caucuses. And considering how much success that they had with their own anti-smoking campaigns, it's welcome news, of course, that they are also a part of this announcement. Mr. Speaker, the minister also talked about the experience that we've had over the last 12 years. And I can say that, you know, in 12 years ago, to think that we're even at this point is absolutely phenomenal, because it was only 12 years ago that a PC government at the time banned the power walls, talked about smoking in public places, banned it. And oh my goodness, you would think that all these businesses would have completely ceased to exist, that bars would never be able to sell another drink, that gas stations and other sellers of these products would never be able to keep their doors open. Here we are 12 years later, and that's exactly the opposite. And a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, I can say that I do enjoy stopping in some of these locations now, and appreciate the fact that I don't have to be bombarded with secondhand smoke or the power walls that once used to be in front of us. You know, at that time, this province had a terrible record for smoking. And I can say that the government of that day, along with its partners, along with his support from some opposition at the time, was able to bring our province from worst to first. You know, the smoking cessation program that was brought forward was one that worked, because it worked with a whole bunch of partners and was able to truly address the situation that was before us. Mr. Speaker, youth smoking rates are always a concern, and while they have declined in the last decade, it's important that we continue to do everything that we can to continue that trend. I'm pleased that this government will issue an information booklet to vendors and convenience store operators so that the transition is smooth and that all individuals are aware of what this legislation will mean in practice. This is where I talk about the avalanche of emails that we've been receiving in our constituency offices. And I don't recall even having that kind of interest or response when the first actions came in place. There's been a number of emails, I'm sure, that all members have received about smoke shops or about vape shops, about e-juice and all these things. I mean, we're learning all kinds of new words, I think, when it comes to this. And the fact that there's a number of businesses that have set themselves up over the last couple of years because of their lack of clarity around what these products are. Mr. Speaker, they knew they were working in a bit of a vacuum. They knew that there weren't regulations around it. But looking at the experience of a number of governments over the last 12 years, I think they probably could have seen the writing on the wall that these products would eventually get scooped up in the anti-smoking legislation that this province is so proud of. Mr. Speaker, I will not apologize for supporting this bill. I know that when this completes, and it will be sent over to law amendments, we'll be hearing from a number of those businesses that have set themselves up. And all I can say to them is, well, you kind of knew this was going to happen. If this is going to keep my children from smoking or my grandchildren from smoking, then great. Because I come from a family that had smoking parents. And I think I've talked about it on the floor of this legislature a number of times. And I can probably say by the time I was 15 years old and off driving on my own, that driving in the family car on a Sunday afternoon meant I smoked 2 packs of smokes. It means that I had secondhand smoke through my lungs. Mom and Dad have absolutely apologized for that because the information that they had was different than the information that we had today. It was widely accepted that smoking was the thing to do, and look through it. What I can also say is because of that, I have asthma today. I have to have a regular regime of puffers. Is it because of that secondhand smoke or not? I don't know. I know it probably didn't do me any good, didn't do any good for my brothers. Then again, we were running around in the back seat of the car because we didn't have car seats either, or seat belts. But, because of our experiences, we should learn from those experiences to make sure that our children, or the children that we love, should not be experiencing the same things. And that's why this makes sense today, is to take this out of the hands of those who will maybe let it happen, because they are glamorized there. They have the flavors that our children would find interesting. I mean, a bubble gum vaporizer. Doesn't that sound cool? It's bubble gum, Mom and Dad. Why can't I have that? And when they're old enough to make their own decisions, they'll probably be grabbing that as well. This is the right thing to do for the health of Nova Scotians, but many are worried about the cessation methods are being threatened. So that's the sort of the secondary thing. We have the business issue of a number of vape shops, I guess is what we call them. And then we have the people that say, well, I use it as a cessation tool. So what I'm going to call on the government to do and the minister is that I think it's important that the government make it clear that this legislation does not intend to limit the options that people use to help them quit smoking. And I know you were the minister was very clear on that one as well. That there are not a lot of those companies that have come forward and say, all right, listen, this is a smoking cessation tool. They've had the opportunity to register themselves through the federal government. But if it works for them, I'd hate to take it away from them if this is what gets them to a smoke-free lifestyle. So just for the government to make that a little more clear, that it's still going to be available, it just be hiding behind that power wall, or that lack of power wall, I guess, which we would call it today, in the businesses across Nova Scotia. It's also important to inform people that the goal is to keep these products out of the hands of all young people under the age of 19. And again, while we fully support this piece of legislation, we still have some questions that are unanswered, and look forward to hearing from presenters at the Law Amendment Committee. In those few words, I thank the Minister for bringing this bill forward and look forward to supporting it through the process.
The Honourable Member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to stand to talk a little bit about this piece of legislation. I think we all would agree, as the former Speaker, interesting enough, the former Minister of Health, the Minister of Health across the way, and of course myself as former Minister, we all recognize, I think, the impact that smoking has on individuals, but as ministers, more importantly, on the healthcare sector and the healthcare services and the services needed for people after they become ill, and many of those illnesses related directly to smoking tobacco and smoking over the years, Mr. Speaker. It's interesting. This isn't the first time we've seen legislation that will try to regulate the industry for flavoured tobacco, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to quickly, for the House and for those listening, remind Nova Scotians and Canadians, for that matter, that the federal government actually brought legislation in to try to deal with this. July 5th, 2010, they brought legislation in that would effectively, and I won't quote because I wrote it off my cell phone, but in the news release that they released at the time said, effective today, the sale of cigarettes, little cigars, and blunt wraps that contain specific additives, most flavoured agents, is prohibited. So the federal government tried to bring some prohibition to the flavoured cigarillos, flavoured tobacco, flavoured cigars, Mr. Speaker, back in 2010. But what part of the problem with what they brought forward to the changes to, I believe it was the Tobacco Act at the time, was that they weren't specific enough. They didn't put parameters around what they were trying to do that would allow the ban of those products. I think the biggest mistake they made at the time, Mr. Speaker, is that they, in legislation, had the weight of the cigarette or the amount of tobacco. 1.4 grams or something like that, Mr. Speaker. And what happened is we have to all agree that the tobacco industry are wealthy. They're big corporations, Mr. Speaker, that they were able to go around that, and they changed the size of the tobacco, and we continue to see flavoured cigarillos and tobacco and cigars being sold across the country and around North America. So with this legislation, I hope, and I guess time will tell, if there's enough parameters around what the intention here of the government to try to restrict the availability of flavoured tobacco and e-liquids for vapor or e-cigarettes and the vapor into law, that we won't see the same thing happen. I hope that's not the case, but I guess time will tell. And it's important that we try to protect the young people, Mr. Speaker, because we have a good track record here in Nova Scotia from previous governments that introduced changes to the smoking rules in our province, for example, what's available. I know, for example, the previous speaker mentioned him being part of a government that brought in the ban of the power walls that used to be in front of cash registers and that. And I know it was the former member from Dartmouth East, Joan Massey, I know was elected in 2003 when I first got elected, was adamant and a strong advocate to get that done. And I think at that time, Mr. Speaker, we had minority government, that there was give and take on support for legislation and budgets, and that was the result of Joan Massey bringing forward that initiative, that we've seen, I think, a significant change in the rules and the law that we have here in the province dealing with the sale of tobacco and the visibility that we have. And of course now we know that they have to be behind closed cabinets, other than those specific stores that sell just tobacco. So you see next to the Sobeys and the superstores and that, I think they're called smoke shops or smokehouse or something like that. For the record, I don't smoke, Mr. Speaker. I don't go into those little things, but they have the requirement is that they have an exterior door. You can't get into the facility. Those buildings from, say, the main shopping area, Mr. Speaker. And it's my understanding from the briefing that we had that the new vapor shops that we see opening up, I know there's a new one in my community, that if they restrict access, so those individuals over 19, that they can remain open, that they can showcase their product, as long as there's going to be a criteria, from my understanding, made up of what they can and cannot sell in that establishment. So, they can't all of a sudden start selling food and soft drinks and things like that, like corner stores do, Mr. Speaker. I know the corner stores will be able to continue to sell e-cigarettes if they want, but they have to be behind closed cabinets, just like they do for tobacco products. So there is still opportunity, I think, for businesses to exist in our community, to provide Nova Scotians with e-cigarettes. It's still an early, in my understanding, it's still an early product that there's not a lot of information on it. There's conflicting information on it. I think we all have received, been inundated really with emails around concern, not only consumers, but those who will run these vapor shops. I believe that's the term they use, Mr. Speaker. So they'll be able to continue to operate as long as they conform to rules. And I hope that the government comes out quickly with what the requirements for them are, so that they can live up to maintaining following the rules that will be changed. And it's good to hear that they'll give them, I think it was 6 months time to make sure that they're following those change in rules, because we know in the past, for example, Mr. Speaker, I was in this session in the legislature when the decision at the time was to ban smoking in bars and establishments, and it wasn't a complete ban. There was a requirement or ability for those businesses to build smoking rooms within the bar, and we heard from many who spent tens of thousands of dollars doing that, making sure they had the proper ventilation. And then some of the concerns around that came about for having these contained rooms within our restaurants and bars, Mr. Speaker. I was in a few establishments where they had the door to the contained room open, Mr. Speaker, which kind of beat the reason for having a closed contained room. But also the safety of the workers that worked in some of the bars and restaurants, Mr. Speaker. They were still exposed to secondhand smoke because they had to go in to these rooms. But I found at that time that the government really quickly changed their mind and then said, no, there's no smoking inside establishments, which we supported. But there wasn't a lot of time for those businesses, and they went out and paid a lot of money to have the renovations done in these establishments. So I'm glad to see that there will be some time for these businesses to conform to whatever rules we have and the outlines that we have. But one of the things that caught my eye, Mr. Speaker, on this on the changes that we're seeing, and the minister mentioned this, I think, in some of his comments, was to a certain extent flavored tobacco will be banned. The thing that isn't banned, Mr. Speaker, is menthol cigarettes, and I'm a bit perplexed on that not being banned, Mr. Speaker. And during my briefing with the department, I asked, why would you not ban menthol cigarettes? That's a type of flavored tobacco. There was a bit of a pause, and I was told, and maybe the minister could maybe elaborate on this a little bit on when he closes debate, is that it's a long-standing product. I'm thinking, okay, that's fine, but it's still a flavored tobacco. And my subsequent questions were, well, is menthol defined in the legislation? You know, what is it? Is it an agent? Is it a chemical? You know, and the other question would be, can you flavor menthol, even though that sounds crazy, but can you have strawberry menthol tobacco or cigarettes? So I'm a bit perplexed on why we're allowing what I started off by saying that the federal government has done this back in 2010, and there was room for the tobacco industry to drive a truck right through it and circumvent the rules. Can that happen with this? And that's my concern. You know, will the tobacco industry find a way to continue to market flavored cigarettes? I mean, cigarettes they don't taste too good, Mr. Speaker, but they have a menthol cigarette. So I am concerned with that, and I hope the minister hears our concern and maybe give a reason why menthol cigarettes are not covered under this legislation. I mean, why would you need menthol cigarettes if you're going to ban flavored tobacco? Because you're worried about young people potentially starting, and not even young people, older people. I know, listening to parents and grandparents and in-laws, that the menthol cigarettes have been around for a long time. I would agree with that. But they were marketed towards women. so that they could follow the men who were smoking. And I won't say who in my family, especially the women, who actually told me and admitted to me that they smoked menthol cigarettes. I couldn't believe it. But I'm concerned with that. Why are we allowing that product to continue to be sold? And my fear is that the tobacco industry will be creative, as they were back in 2010, when all they did was kind of change the amount of tobacco in the flavored cigars and cigarillos, and they were allowed to continue to sell them. So I hope the minister maybe can give some clarity on that and why we're not banning menthol cigarettes, Mr. Speaker. In my mind, that's a flavored tobacco. So I think we've come a long way in the last few decades. We have some great numbers, and the province should be proud of the initiatives that were brought forward, Mr. Speaker, to try to reduce the amount of our residents who smoke. We know there's a huge impact on the health of an individual who chooses to smoke, and I want to see those numbers continue to fall, especially with our young people, Mr. Speaker. And I know since the introduction of e-cigarettes and flavored tobacco like cigarillos and those products, Mr. Speaker, that there is a heightened awareness for our young people to try these tobacco products. The other concerning area that I do have is the flavored chew, like the Skoal. Is it tobacco chew? I don't even know, but tobacco. I've just recently been aware that many young people, are using that, and I think there needs to be a great campaign to try to continue to make sure that our young people realize the risks of using tobacco products. So with those few comments, I look forward to this moving through the process. I hope that the minister will explain why they've opted to exempt menthol cigarettes from being banned, and I look forward to hearing what Nova Scotians have to say about this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Clare Digby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you to the opposition on the other side and to the minister for all the good comments they've given today on this Bill 60. It's encouraging to hear the amount of support that we have in the legislature here today. And I'd just like to reflect a few things that I myself personally think should be noted on. First off, I'd like to point out that I did ask a question, and I don't think I would have been refused, but technically, if I wanted to stand here today and give my talk and have an e-cigarette at the same time, I believe I could do it. And that's an astounding thing to think about right now, that I could stand here in the legislature with an e-cigarette in my hand, or my friends behind me with one in their hands. And from what I can understand from asking the Speaker initially, I think maybe we might get a little ruling on that tomorrow, but I'd like to just point that out, that that's where we're going today. And why we're going that direction is for a couple of different reasons. I think the biggest reason is the ingenuity that we're seeing with the tobacco industry itself. This conversation wouldn't have been probably going on a few years ago, because the inception of e-cigarettes at that point in time wasn't even here. And that begs us to ask, okay, what's next? You know, I'm getting a barrage of emails on this, the same as everybody else is. And I know there's a lot of fear and concerns out there from people of what we're going and stopping doing. Well, to me, there was one word that's been used many times when the minister got up and spoke. I heard it a few times on the other side. That word was culture. There's only one way that you can fight the tobacco industry, and that's by changing the culture. This regulation is just a step. I'm sure in a few years' time we're going to see other things that are going to be out there that we're going to have to challenge. But let's not forget one thing. I know it's to stop adults, but the main focus that I'd like to speak on is our youth. They're the ones that are really impacted by these new, innovative ways, Mr. Speaker, that we're seeing the tobacco industry get into the fact of hooking and getting those people that are going to be their future clients on the hook. And that's what the flavored tobacco, that's what the e-cigarettes, and that's what these new innovative things do. We're here as legislators more than anything to protect our youth and our young people. And I think that's more of what this legislation does. The department that it comes out of is called Health and Wellness, and I think it leans more on the other side of wellness. A lot of times in our health industry, we're faced with fighting the results of inadequate legislation and inadequate protection of our people. $4 billion a year, our health care system. And I think anything that we do up front, such as this, to stop our health care system from eroding is money well spent and legislation that should be well taken into effect. Anything that also stops the normalization of smoking, anything at all, to me is, again, a big step in that area. I guess I should put the disclaimer out there, and I'm probably going to get in a little trouble at home about it, because not only am I a proclaimed non-smoker that used to be a smoker, but my wife is in the same world and is actually in the position right now, I think in the 4th time of her life, fighting to quit that problem that we have in our society. And I've seen her use e-cigarettes. And if anybody thinks that that's a way to quit smoking, I would say I would rather see people use things like hypnotism. I'd rather see them use things like patches and Nicorette gum. I can remember one time, I mean, there's not many husbands that would pack their wife into a car with 2 other people, and all 3 of them had pillows. The other 2 were men, by the way, and head them off. They would head off to a session in the middle of the evening, they would, and I'm sitting there looking. I just put my wife in a car with a pillow and 2 other men, and what she was going to do was she was going to a hypnotism session on quitting smoking. I know. I thought that would get your attention. But those are just the things that go on in people's lives to quit this. And these new e-cigarettes, these new flavored things, Mr. Speaker, that we see out there are threats. And they're threats to not only our children, but again to our health care system. We talked a little bit about the establishments and the hookah bars and the institutions that we have. Well, I know that there are existing establishments in the metro area. I've asked, actually, I was going to go have a look at them myself, but from what I understand, one of them I probably might get in trouble with my wife if I did go there. But there's only a couple of them. And that isn't their primary source of income. That is not what keeps them going. It's just an add-on. I do not see where banning this is going to be in any way, shape, or form, Mr. Speaker, a threat to current current entrepreneurs and establishments that we have. There's a 6-month opportunity for them to transition into this, and I'm very confident that this will not affect them. Let's not forget that hookah tobacco also does often have tobacco in it, the shisha, I think that's how you pronounce it. And there's a lot of emerging evidence that, that there's herbal mixtures and flavors in there, and humectants, I believe that they're called, that are risks. And there's emerging evidence that shows that they're more of a risk. I think the entry level also is something that we need to understand. We didn't touch an awful lot, I think, on statistics that's shown out there for youth and how prevalent the use of flavored tobacco is with youth and how easy it is. We heard the member from across the floor speak about menthol, and I would just like, Mr. Speaker, just to touch on that. I don't think I'm going to stand here and defend the fact that we do have menthol, but I am going to stand here and just sort of maybe explain that traditionally menthol cigarettes have been part of our culture and part of our society for a long time. And I don't believe that they're tied
I don't think you see them marketed, packaged, and sold the same way that you see the new emerging flavors. I think that the menthol cigarettes are more something my grandfather used to smoke, and although we're not banning smoking altogether, that kind of understanding and the research that's gone into that to leave them there, I can live with that today myself. I'm not going to touch on all the different aspects of the bill. I think we all know that this is about changing the definition and prohibiting the use of cigarettes and water pipes indoors. This doesn't stop the use of these e-cigarettes in your home. It doesn't stop the opportunity for people, if they feel that it is truly a smoking cessation opportunity, to use it in their home. All it does is it stops them from being shown out front where they're sold, the same as every other cigarette, every other tobacco product that we have. I'm just going to go back to my opening comments before I close. Again, I don't want to go back over a lot of things, but our health issue, we have a $4 billion health problem in this province right now. And I have to say that this is probably one of the, I know Bill 1 went through, and that was an important step that our government made into providing better health care. I must commend our minister for showing another piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker, that is again going to help with the future of health care in this province. That industry, again, has been very creative, and I think we always have to be on guard for that. We have to continually find ways to counteract what's going to be the next challenge for us in that area. Our children are our future, and stopping that cultural shift, and again, I don't know how many times, Mr. Speaker, culture was used, but changing that cultural shift and keeping that move that we have to keep the reduction ongoing, and that cultural need to have people realize that it is not the best thing for them in the world, is the most important thing that we as government can do. And with those few words, I thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Do you want to speak? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today not as the Minister of Community Services or as the MLA for Dartmouth North, but I rise here today as the daughter of a man that I loved dearly, a man who, when was diagnosed with lung cancer on September 4th, 1996, explained to me why he started smoking in the first place. Born in 1937, he started smoking in 1947 at the age of 10 years old. And when I asked him why he would do that at that age, he very clearly told me, because that's what my friends did, that's what was normal at the time, that's what I saw when I went to the cinema and I saw the movies on Saturday afternoon. All of my matinee idols were all smoking. So on September 4th, 1996, I was told that my father had lung cancer. He was operated on the Thanksgiving weekend the following month, and he died on my Christmas vacation. That Christmas vacation, 3 months after his diagnosis, 2 days after his 59th birthday. And so what that normalization of smoking did for that family left a daughter without the best friend she ever had, it left a grandson without his papa, and it left his wife of 37 years without her soulmate. So anything that any government can bring forth in the legislature of any legislature in Canada that prohibits, bans, discourages, and supports the denormalization of smoking is something that must be done. We have a responsibility as legislators, we have a responsibility as parents, and we have a responsibility to ensure that the healthcare system, which so desperately is affected by smoking in our society, is sustainable and supported. So with that, I'll take my place, and I'm quite sure that my father is looking down very proud today. Thank you.
If I'm to recognize the Honourable Minister of Health, it will be to close debate on Bill number 60.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank especially the two former ministers of health for support to this bill, recognizing, however, that there are some issues that need clarification and very strong direction within them. I also want to thank my colleagues on this side of the House for their thoughtful comments today, and I will definitely during third reading, after going to law amendments to see where we are on this piece of legislation, make some further remarks around the bill, and there's definitely a commitment to make sure that all Nova Scotians, and especially our vendors, know the way forward in terms of Bill 60. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I move to close debate on Bill 60.
Motion is for second reading of Bill number 60, the Smoke-Free Places Act amended and the Tobacco Access Act amended. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried.
Bill number 60, entitled an act to amend Chapter 12 of the Acts of 2002, the Smoke-Free Places Act, and Chapter 14 of the Acts of 1993, the Tobacco Access Act.
Ordered that this bill be referred to the Committee on Law Amendments. The Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, could you please call address in reply?
We'll now call address in reply. We'll continue on with the Honourable Member for Kings South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm honoured to rise here in the 63rd Legislature and reply to the speech from the throne delivered by our Lieutenant Governor, the Honourable J.J. Grant. This is my second reply to the speech from the throne. Those members who were present last year when I gave my inaugural reply will remember that I spoke in the context of the overwhelming sense of history and province building that I felt entering Province House for the first time. Those feelings have not subsided. Each and every day, I feel honored to take this corner seat and follow in the footsteps of the members before me that represented the great citizens of Kings South. Mr. Speaker, during my first year as an MLA, it has been my experience, as it was during the last campaign, to hear from citizens stories about one of the fabled former members of the House and MLA for Kings South, Harry Howe. Undoubtedly, other members of the House share similar experiences in facing the legends of former MLAs. Thanks to the helpful assistance of our Legislative Library staff, I was able to read several of Harry Howe's numerous replies to the speech from the throne. MLA Harry Howe certainly had no shortage of words to describe, through many anecdotes and digressions, the hopes and dreams and great accomplishments of the citizens of Kings South. Though Harry served at a different time, in a different context, and a different party, what I've heard most about Harry speaks to what citizens clearly value in their MLA: approachability, accessibility, an ear for the issues, and an ability to work within our public service and with other levels of government in solving problems. I've used these qualities as guideposts in my first year as MLA. Madam Speaker, we often talk about our political ridings in urban or rural terms, with urban or rural challenges. The riding of Kings South is actually both. The bustling commercial centre of New Minas and the university town of Wolfville give Kings South an urban feel with urban challenges, particularly in the area of infrastructure renewal and small business development, and in the case of Acadia University, positioning itself for a centre of innovation. At the same time, The riding is also a major centre for agriculture and agribusiness, including the rapidly emerging wine industry, which I will speak about a bit later in my remarks. King South is home to two First Nations communities, the Annapolis Valley First Nation in Cambridge, in the west end of the riding, and the Goosecape First Nation near Hants Border in the eastern end of the riding. Just last month, I was delighted to participate in the first ever powwow held at Acadia University with Goosecape Chief Sid Peters. Organized by two Mi'kmaq students, Mercedes Peters and Benjamin McDonald, this successful event brought together our community, the university, and celebrated Mi'kmaq culture. During this first year in office, I've been welcomed into community halls in Lockardville, Melanson, Gasborough, Black River, White Rock, Colebrook, North Alton, and in my home community of Wolfville. And it is in these community halls and churches that I have been seeing firsthand the results of citizens working together to sustain our communities. These experiences act as a compass for me when I come to Province House. The citizens of King South have equipped me with their hopes and dreams for this province and their faith that collectively we will make decisions in the best interest of Nova Scotians. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, in King South, no issue tested the faith in our government more than the fracking debate. The citizens of King South overwhelmingly oppose hydraulic fracturing in our province. I know this from the many emails that I have received, the many conversations I've had on the streets and at the farmers' markets and along the rural roads of my riding, and from what I witnessed at the public consultation held by Professor Wheeler in Windsor. I have no doubt that the decision on fracking was a difficult decision for our government. After all, leadership is entirely about weighing risk and reward. As the Minister of Energy has so clearly stated, we do not have the social license to proceed at this time. More research and education is required. Whether citizens were pro-fracking or against it, the decision is one that challenges Nova Scotians, as the Ivany report did, to turn our collective minds and energy towards decisions that will create sustainable communities in our province. This is a challenge that I discuss with the citizens of King South whenever and wherever I can. As outlined so clearly in the Ivany report, businesses, all levels of government and non-governmental organizations, social enterprises, and our universities must deliberate in making our decisions that on their own may seem to be specific to their organization, but linked together offered forward-thinking initiatives, and these begin to take on a sum greater than their parts. In the whole, they become game-changing decisions. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, the Minister of Agriculture's decision in August to establish a new wine development board is a case in point. This board has assembled leaders in the wine industry to provide advice to our government on necessary legislation, regulation, and policy to grow the wine industry. This is the type of shared commitment, game changer, contemplated in the Ivany report. Madam Speaker, Nova Scotia has the potential of being the Washington State of Canada's wine industry. Why Washington State? Well, Nova Scotia shares almost the same latitude as Washington State and similar climatic conditions. Just 30 years ago, there were only a handful of wineries in Washington State. Today, there are over 800 wineries in that state. It is an estimated $8 billion industry employing 4,000 people. It is the fastest growing economic sector in the state of Washington. Their wine industry took off as a result of forward-thinking leaders, entrepreneurs, researchers, and policy specialists getting together to establish standards, as we are doing with Tidal Bay, progressive regulations, which we are beginning to examine, and investments in research and innovation, as Acadia is doing with its Wine Institute, and by providing a supportive government context to allow the industry sector to grow. Last fall, early in the life of our new government, the Premier made a visit to Kings South, and he and I met with people involved in the various aspects of the wine industry. The Premier's visit was followed by a succession of visits by the Minister of Agriculture to Kings South to meet with winery owners and fruit growers. And here's the interesting thing. As we see our wineries beginning to grab headlines and awards for the superior products they are producing, we are also seeing a significant growth in the visitors wanting to experience the wineries firsthand. Madam Speaker, 3 years ago, the wine tour industry in our province was just getting started. I am happy to report here today that the Wolfville Magic Winery Bus exhibited another year of strong growth, expanding their weekends of service and attracting more than 4,700 visitors to 4 wineries in Kings South, up from 3,400 last year. This growth was supported by a small marketing grant of $8,000 to the Wolfville Business Development Corporation from the Department of Economic and Rural Development and Tourism. This is a good example of where small investments in sector development can help grow our economy. Madam Speaker, coming up in November is the 4th annual Devour Food and Film Festival that will take place in Wolfville. It will feature 5 days of celebrating cinema, food and wine culture in what's described in the literature as Nova Scotia's culinary epicenter. Last year, Devour attracted 4,000 visitors, and box office sales tripled. So, colleagues, please mark November 12th to 16th on your calendars to come to Nova Scotia's culinary epicenter for 5 days of great films and delicious food. The Magic Winery Bus and the Devour Food and Film Festival are terrific examples of the concept of unlocking the potential of a sector. Unlocking the potential of our resources is also the approach the Minister of Agriculture is taking with our orchards. Earlier this year, in an orchard in Kings County, the Premier, along with the Minister of Agriculture, announced that our government is investing $2.2 million over 6 years in the orchard renewal program. This is in partnership with the apple growers, who will invest $6.9 million in this initiative. Throughout the valley, we are seeing older orchards replaced with newer, higher valued varieties that have higher export value around the world. Again, our government is using small, strategic investments in sectors, not individual businesses, to allow our small businesses to grow our economy and create jobs. These decisions, innovative decisions in the wine and orchard industry, involving partnerships between industry, government, and our research institutions, is the model that the Ivany Report talks about as a game changer. Mr. Speaker, the agricultural sector and agribusinesses of the Annapolis Valley can and should become the fastest growing sector of our economy in Nova Scotia. You need no further evidence of the innovation momentum in the agricultural industry. If you need this, look no further than the 6 finalists in the 2014 Annapolis Valley Chamber of Commerce Agricultural Innovation Award worth $30,000, which the Minister of Agriculture and I attended the celebration and the award of that earlier this month. I applaud the Annapolis Valley Chamber of Commerce for recognizing and promoting the innovation that is happening in our agricultural sector. Madam Speaker, one of the great assets in King South in the innovation chain is Acadia University, alma mater of my seatmate, Ben Jessup. Sorry, the member from Hammonds Plains, thank you. And also the member from Fairview, Clayton Park. Mr. Speaker, I have heard our Premier speak many times of involving our universities as strategic partners in innovation. That was the vision when the Minister of Labour and Advanced Education brought to Wolfville in August an announcement of a 3-year, $150,000 commitment to the newly opened Acadia Entrepreneur Launch Box. Mr. Speaker, our government's 3-year commitment to the Launch Box is a direct investment in innovation. It is also an investment in our students, specifically those students who want to advance their ideas for small business and social enterprise within an interdisciplinary team of entrepreneurs, advisors, businesses, business faculty, community, and financial partners. Again, this model of investment, collaborating with partners and leveraging investments in knowledge like the Acadia Entrepreneur Launch Box, like our strategic investments in the wine industry, and with our fruit growers, is what the Ivany report refers to as a game changer, where we invest in business, and I quote, whose business models center on growth, innovation, research and development, and external trade. Madam Speaker, as I said earlier, the riding of King South can be characterized as both rural and urban in nature, but the one common thread is a very active small and medium-sized business community. This is where the future of innovation, economic growth, and employment lies. Last April, our Premier came to our credit union in New Minas to announce that our government would be implementing the election promise of increasing the provincial guarantee on term loans from 75% to 90%. The total available for the program lending was also increased from $25 million to $50 million. So this invaluable program can extend its research into communities which may not have accessed it in the past. As well, the Minister of Finance has also honored our promise to small business owners that our tax and regulatory system will be reviewed. Madam Speaker, in my first reply to the speech from the throne, I spoke about meeting with business owners in Colebrook, New Minas, and throughout the riding, and hearing a common complaint about governments thwarting their growth and success because of the burden of regulatory requirements. Minister Whalen visited King South earlier this year to hear firsthand from business owners in my riding. Business owners view the many rules, costly applications, and filings from different levels of government as a time-consuming and expensive barrier to their business success. The announcement by the Minister of Finance in February for this review is a really important aspect of promoting private sector growth and economic development. Madam Speaker, I have focused my remarks to this point on the strategic economic decisions that have helped the riding of King South in this past year. While economic growth in King South occupies a great deal of my thinking, in point of fact, the issues that come through the door of my constituency office on a day-to-day basis often relate to our most vulnerable citizens. That is why my constituency assistant and I have put a great deal of effort in the last year into establishing a strong network of community service contacts whose expertise we draw upon daily for the many problems that citizens face. It is one thing to develop and offer useful government assistance programs, as our government does, but accessing these programs can still be difficult for some citizens. Helping people navigate government assistance programs, or finding affordable housing, or resolving tenancy issues, or facilitating for emergency food or shelter, or working with Nova Scotia on billing issues, or finding a physician. These are all day-to-day issues that confront our most vulnerable citizens, for which I have found that the MLA office can play a vital role. That is why I was very pleased that the Minister of Community Services could spend a day with me one Saturday earlier this summer, visiting some of our key community service organizations and seeing firsthand the great work that is being done by these community-based organizations. I could speak positively about so many of these vital organizations, like the Wolfville Food Bank, the Canadian Mental Health Association, the Youth Portal, the Valley Community Learning Association, and PeopleWorks. But in the interest of time, I will focus on one extraordinary organization in Kings South, and that is L'Arche Home Fires. The L'Arche program, inspired and founded by Jean Vanier, began in Wolfville in 1981 and provides a home, programs, and support networks for people with intellectual disabilities. Today, it is managed by one of the hardest working citizens in Kings South, Ingrid Blay. I say hardest working because in addition to overseeing all of the L'Arche programming, Ingrid is leading a campaign to create a new L'Arche home in the Anglican Parish Hall on Main Street in Wolfville so that they can expand their programming. Following a visit to L'Arche with the Minister of Community Services, I was also pleased that the Premier was able to spend some time at L'Arche to see how much support L'Arche has in our community for their great work. I want to thank the Minister of Community Services for asking me to make the announcement just 2 weeks ago at L'Arche, announcing the province's $200,000 contribution to their $2.4 million fundraising target for their new facility. Their renovation project of the old parish hall not only will bring together their 3-day programs into one building, it will make all programs accessible to the members of the L'Arche community who have physical disabilities. Madam Speaker, the warmth in the room during the announcement was inspirational. L'Arche is really leading our collective goal of the transformation of services for people with disabilities. I should note that our government's contribution put the fundraising effort past the $2 million mark, which leveraged another $150,000 from an anonymous foundation. This was truly a great day for the individuals and families in Kings South who are part of the extended L'Arche community. Mr. Speaker, when we think about what is involved in keeping communities alive, it is not about just growing a sustainable economy, though this is essential. It is also about having a place, organizations, and services that contribute to the social well-being of our communities. It necessitates that as a government with finite resources, we consider not only what investment to make in public services, but how. For example, the renovation of the Wolfville School is viewed as an absolutely essential investment because of the steady increase in population that Wolfville is experiencing. I am pleased, and I think this is important, that the Minister of Education and the Annapolis Valley School Board are working to ensure that the renovation and planning is being driven to reflect the specific values and priorities of the Wolfville and area community. Madam Speaker, in Kings South, there is no finer example of a shared vision in a key public investment than Kings Transit. In June, at the Kings Transit office in New Minas, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Service Nova Scotia announced an investment of $375,000 in Kings Transit and $113,000 in Kings Point-to-Point Transit. For more than 30 years, Kings Transit has provided fixed-route public transportation to link our valley communities. It is a model of cooperation between governments, the model of governance and shared investment strongly encouraged by the Ivany Report. I am proud to note that we are the first government in over 20 years to provide funding to rural transportation. Madam Speaker, I want to spend a few minutes talking about an issue of importance to the citizens of Kings South and an issue I raised in my inaugural reply to the speech from the throne last year. In 2010, the Nova Scotia Land Review Committee, chaired by Rick Williams, released a report on how to preserve our farmlands. The Williams report was informed by consultations with farmers, developers, and recreation land users, and it came at a time when there were a number of land use conflicts arising on farmlands adjacent to our municipalities. This issue is referred to as urban sprawl. Madam Speaker, rural sprawl is costing our municipalities much more than can be afforded, and it needs to be considered if we are promoting the growth of small and medium-sized businesses in Nova Scotia. There must be some long-term thinking put into protecting the land in Nova Scotia that is capable of producing food. To protect our farmland, we need to be encouraging the growth of compact, sustainable communities instead of rural sprawl. In Kings County, the No Farms, No Food organization has been instrumental in our province to form a farmland trust, and I commend them for this forward-looking initiative. I've looked at this issue of land use from two angles, as an architect and through chairing two municipal planning advisory committees. Conflicts in land use for the siting of landfills, new development, agricultural uses, gravel pits, wind turbines, these conflicts abound in our province. Mr. Speaker, I feel it is time to consider a land use framework for our province. With land use being the responsibility of our 54 municipalities, I believe there is a role for the province to lay out a framework which would reduce the burden on already stretched municipalities, and it would also reduce the regulatory risk for businesses. This business risk increases business costs. Madam Speaker, I now would like to say a few words about seniors. In particular, I want to offer my utmost support for those working in the department with the Minister of Health and Wellness and seniors, right now evaluating and updating our continual care strategy for seniors. This is an extremely important initiative of our government, and the continuing care strategy is an indication to our seniors that we will not forget them. Madam Speaker, I hope through this speech you have recognized that Kings South is one of the growth centres of our province. I believe that the interesting combination of rural and urban lifestyles, the centres of education at Acadia University and neighbouring Kings Tech, and the home of the burgeoning wine industry in our province positions Kings South as a place where people want to move and to raise their families. Madam Speaker, I would like to conclude my remarks today with a remarkable story, worthy of what we value most about Nova Scotia. Every day I am inspired by the initiative shown by citizens and communities in Kings South. And there is no finer example than from the community of Black River. In 2005, this small rural community began fundraising to upgrade an old schoolhouse that they were using as a community gathering space, that they were at risk of losing because of the state of the building. The citizens of Black River worked for 6 years to raise the funds and renovate the building to a community centre. In March of 2011, days after opening the newly renovated building, and before they could even get insurance in place, the building burned to the ground because of a faulty electrical connection to a composting toilet. It would have been very easy for that community to walk away from the ashes and get on with their life. They did not. The fundraising restarted, the volunteers reactivated, the local businesses recontributed, and the wider community of Kings South supported their efforts by attending fundraising breakfasts and teas and dinners and events. Impressively, in September this year, the community celebrated the opening of a new community hall on the foundation of the old building. And more impressively, Madam Speaker, is that they have opened those doors without any debt. If anyone questions the resilience of rural communities in Nova Scotia, please visit Black River Community Hall in Kings South. Madam Speaker, the resolve of deeply committed citizens to what is necessary to strengthen their communities provides me with great motivation each and every day. I look forward to working with all MLAs on the complex and overwhelming and demanding issues that lie ahead for this Assembly. And finally, Madam Speaker, I would like to thank the citizens of Kings South for the faith and honor they have placed in me to represent their hopes and concerns in our legislature. Thank you.
The honourable member for Pictou West.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm quite pleased to rise this evening and speak for a little bit. Madam Speaker, it brings me great honour and privilege to rise in my place on behalf of my constituents of Pictou West to deliver my speech in reply to the speech from the throne. It is always humbling to stand here and address you and the other members of the legislature, where so many have stood since 1819. Madam Speaker, it is almost a year later when I first stood in this House to speak, and I can tell you I am still just as nervous every time I get up. The last time I gave my speech in reply, I saved what I considered the best for the last. I ended with thanking my two beautiful children, Chloe and Jack, but this time I want to thank them first. I want to thank them, for being stronger than I have ever seen them before. In all honesty, this past year they have transitioned into our new lifestyle better than I have in many of ways. They are certainly more resilient than I am. Their unconditional love is all I need. And Madam Speaker, I know that this is all any of us actually needs, especially when struggling with adversities within this career that we are all in. We all know that at the end of the day, what is most important are our loved ones. This past year has been difficult in the sense that I've had to accept not always being there for Chloe and Jack, like I had been in the past. I've never missed a dentist appointment, a soccer game. I never missed anything until I got involved in politics. And I've had to learn how to share them, in a sense, I guess, and to allow others to help me out and take some responsibility in helping Chloe and Jack with homework, driving them to their extracurricular activities. But that has actually changed as of last Friday, because my daughter ended up getting her license as we were passing that bill or speaking about the bill. So now I have a whole new worrying. So, Madam Speaker, I would like to give a big shout out to my two amazing kids, Chloe and Jack, and I want to thank as well my ex-husband, the father of Chloe and Jack. He is the best father ever and continues to be a dear friend of mine and is always very supportive of me, and I just want to give a shout out to him as well. Madam Speaker, thank you. Please allow me to thank my constituents for giving me this opportunity in a lifetime to represent them. Their unwavering support and encouragement this past year propels me to work harder and harder each day and to do the very best I can on their behalf. To my indispensable constituency assistant, Michelle Livingston, also known this past year as my therapist without a license, I will forever be in debt to her for the amazing job she does and friendship she provides. I am sure there are days when we communicate via subliminal messaging. We are now at the point where we finish each other's sentences, and I want to thank Michelle, Madam Speaker, for her loyalty, support, and as well as the love and support I receive from her family. Madam Speaker, my dad is one of the last few gentlemen I know. I guess. There's a few. And it is what it is, right? Yeah, I told you could go. And the one person I know I can always trust, although he can be absolutely my harshest critic, I know I will always get the truth, and he will always love me. I thank him from the bottom of my heart for all that he does for me. To my two brothers, To my two brothers, they make me smile by just saying their names, Todd and Frankie. They are two of the funniest people I know and are always there to make me laugh and ensure I don't take life too seriously. Madam Speaker, I wish to thank all the wonderful employees who work here in this House who continuously are very supportive and helpful. Last couple of weeks ago, employee Paige Black stopped by at 2 a.m. to bring many of us an early morning coffee and greetings, and she's a real gem, and I miss seeing her in the House. I also wish to thank, Madam Speaker, my colleagues and the PC caucus staff for their support in helping me to navigate through my first year in politics. They are most patient and understanding. And Madam Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to reflect a little on those MLAs who have endured some challenges these past number of months. I wish to acknowledge their strength and bravery, for it has provided much inspiration for myself, and I know that all members of this House have been sending their well wishes and positive vibes to them for a healthy recovery. Of course, our wonderful MLA from Sydney River, Myra Lewisburg, who has continued to show his jovial personality and sense of humor, even through the adversities he is facing, remains to be a shining light for all of us in this caucus. And like our leader spoke, I too want to personally give a shout out to the member from Northside Westmount. He has been most supportive to me during this past year, but I want to remind him that his many acts of kindness and support to the member from Sydney River, Meyer, Lewisburg does not go unnoticed, and that I know how hard this transition has been for him as well. Madam Speaker, a lot of people stop and ask me what it is like to be the only female MLA for the opposition. People are curious as to why I want to get involved at this level when there is a lot of negativity surrounding politicians. Women only represent about 25% of politicians, and it's not that I believe we bring anything better to the table, but we certainly bring something different and of equal value. Thank you. The participation and representation of females in decision-making are key factors to creating a balanced economy environment. Women should play an active role in the process of democracy to ensure all gender equality, justice, and respect for human rights is served fairly. I believe there has been a visible increase of female politicians since the millennium, but we still have a long way to go to promote and encourage women to become more involved. Globally, there has been strong emphasis directed to increasing the female participation in politics towards social evolution. We can do better to create a positive action plan to increase the capacity of women to participate in politics, and I do hope that I will play a role today and in the future to see this change come to fruition. I believe last week in one of my statements I stated that we are no longer domestic engineers. We are much more than just that. In Nova Scotia, it took us until 1960 to elect the first female MLA, Gladys Porter. And I smile with pride every time I walk into this chamber and see her picture hanging on the wall behind me, but I still find it hard to believe that females are underrepresented in municipal, provincial, and federal politics, considering we've had the right to vote since 1918 here in Nova Scotia, and we make up more than half of the population. We need to have faith over fear with our abilities to engage ourselves in the political realm and in other male-dominant vocations. We are worthy. Women tend to be underrepresented in many non-traditional roles, such as construction, lawyers, accountants, and the list goes on. Innately, women are gatherers, men are hunters. Women tend to think and operate more from the limbic part of the brain, allowing us more often than enough to be the voice of reason. Women face numerous obstacles in achieving representation in governance, and with the fear of being judged on many levels, they shy away from entering the political arena. Confidence is low, and a statement my mom would always say to me is never underestimate your currency, Carla. So, to all the females out there, to anyone female that's listening, who are feeling unworthy or hiding from the fear of judgment, I say to you, never, never underestimate your currency. Madam Speaker, as I truly stated, I am proud to stand here and represent Pictou West. I am proud to stand in this historic building and work to make Pictou West better, to make Nova Scotia better. But I am scared, Madam Speaker. I am scared for my children. Like all parents, I want what is best for Chloe and Jack. I want them to be healthy, warm, secure. I want them to receive a quality education. I want them to be happy and find success in whatever path they choose. Madam Speaker, I am scared for the future of Nova Scotia. I am scared because right now in 2014, we have the highest debt in the history of Nova Scotia. The debt in Nova Scotia has reached $14.8 billion. Madam Speaker, the government must find a way to deal with this debt, and that includes all of us. We cannot, in good conscience, burden our children with this. Like all parents, Madam Speaker, the health of my children is my main priority. Many people know that I live on Water Street in Pictou, right on the Pictou Harbour. I live basically one street up from the ship Hector, and I've had a personal internal struggle for a very, very long time, Madam Speaker, because my home is the first place that is hit with pollution from the pulp mill. Now, Madam Speaker, I have sworn to always protect my children from harm whenever possible, and yet I continue to live right downtown off Water Street. My son has woken me countless nights with a sore throat, watery burning eyes, and a nauseous feeling from the ominous smell from the mill, Madam Speaker. And yet my daughter sleeps across the hall from him and is not bothered. And I'm hyper aware of that, but I'm also very hyper aware and concerned for my son. Madam Speaker, this past summer, the Minister and Deputy Minister of Health and Wellness spent the night in Pictou. I believe this was quite an eye-opening experience for the ministers. What most of the members in this House don't understand is that the people of Pictou County endure this type of pollution daily. I go out daily to my car and wipe off the black film of dust, but that is not the dust that I'm actually that worried about. It is more the particulate matter 2.5 that we can't see or smell that is getting into our lungs and potentially causing cancer. I have no idea what future effects the mill's pollution will have on my children, and I live with that uncertainty and guilt every single day. I feel trapped, like a lot of people in Pictou do. Madam Speaker, this pulp mill must be cleaned up. The pulp mill must be cleaned up sooner rather than later. Since the mill's inception, I have had direct and indirect family members work there, and they still do. But I believe we have a moral commitment to protect health. This is an issue that has divided a community and families. It is a complex issue. The pulp mill provides good employment with direct and indirect jobs. It keeps families together when otherwise one parent may be forced to seek employment out west. Families stay together. Money gets spent directly in our communities and beyond, benefiting small businesses. But at the end of the day, the pulp mill has not been in compliance with environmental regulations for a very long time. This is an issue that is threatening to divide the community, pitting those who worry about health and environment against those who gain employment from the mill. For the record, I would like to read a column that was published in the Pictou Advocate expressing my views on the issue. It is no secret that Northern Pulp Mill needs to be cleaned up and people need jobs. As the MLA for Pictou West, I was elected to represent the views of my constituents. Since my election in October of last year, I have heard loud and clear, Pictou County deserves clean air. Northern Pulp must be cleaned up, and residents should not have to choose between a healthy environment and jobs. Pulp mills and communities coexist in many areas, including nearby St. John, New Brunswick. It is wrong that people feel they must pick a side. We all want the same thing, a healthy, environmentally friendly, thriving Pictou County. We need the direct and indirect jobs the mill provides. However, this must be balanced with environmentally responsible practices. If we don't have our health, nothing else matters. I have repeatedly stated that all political parties have played a role in the history of the pulp mill. We are all to blame. All political parties have supported the mill financially. We cannot turn back the clock and do things differently. But what we can do is move forward from here. We can pressure the government to enforce existing emission standards. and demand more immediate action from the pulp mill today. Our air quality and health must be a priority while maintaining jobs. This can be accomplished. Understandably, emotions surrounding this issue run high. There are constituents who fear for their health, businesses who worry about their future, workers dependent on the mill wondering if their jobs are at risk, and pensioners worried about their investments. It is my responsibility to represent all my constituents, which can be challenging when the issue is this difficult. This is what I think needs to be done. The pulp mill must be cleaned up immediately. Jobs must be protected while the pulp mill is cleaned up. The government must set emission standards to ensure citizens are safe. The laws must be enforced. There must be additional air quality monitoring sites with publicly released results. The government cannot afford to look away any longer. Immediate steps must be taken to ensure that the health of Pictou County residents are not being compromised so the mill can continue operating. I believe we are capable of accomplishing each of those steps. I believe we can see the economic benefits from the mill for many years to come if we do what is right and act now. It is the responsibility of the government and the mill owners to make this happen. Transparency is essential to building trust between the community and the pulp mill. There are those who believe putting up with the emissions coming from the pulp mill is the reality of living in Pictou County. I believe it is time for Pictou County to have a new reality and a new vision for the future. The 1967 vision of the pulp mill is no longer relevant. We need a new vision, reflective of our times, a vision where the pulp mill coexists with the surrounding communities with minimal environmental impact. It has been accomplished in other areas, and it can be accomplished here too. And I can table that letter I wrote if necessary. Madam Speaker, this is why I have, with the endorsement of my colleagues, introduced Bill 2, the Clean Air Act. This act will ensure stricter regulations and will enforce businesses to have efficient air monitoring stations with results made public. I believe the bill is one in which it states Nova Scotia is open for business, but we mean business when it comes to protecting people's basic rights to clean air. We talk about our various resources in Nova Scotia, but Madam Speaker, I believe our number one sustainable resources should be clean air, water, and environment, and the rest will fall gracefully behind. Madam Speaker, I know we can work together. I take comfort in knowing that the member from Halifax Needham spoke highly of the PC party when in government for doing the right thing by passing a private member's bill when the Halifax Needham member was in opposition. The PC party did the right thing because they know when you know better, you do better. Like all parents, I want my children to have a quality education. They currently attend small schools in the town of Pictou. How important are small schools to the fabric of our communities? You know, Madam Speaker, there are several small schools in Pictou West. Each of these schools provides good, solid education to the students, and I am so proud of them and the teachers and the staff at these little schools. Madam Speaker, these little schools keep the children close to their homes in the elementary grades before letting them go off a bit further to one of the two high schools in Pictou West. We have heard from other members how important these little schools are to their communities, and we have heard that the Minister of Education recognizes the importance of these little schools in their communities, and we have heard, Madam Speaker, how the Minister of Education has stepped in and provided assistance when some of these little schools were facing closure. There is a lovely, vibrant community in Pictou West called River John. The community spirit in River John is alive and well. Just this past summer at River John Days, I was out for a community breakfast and had to wait 40 minutes in a line that extended well down the street just to get near the building where the breakfast was being held. River John is located in the downtown of River John and is struggling to stay open. The River John School is located in the downtown of River John and is struggling to stay open. The school has suffered some neglect the past few years, but with an amazing group of volunteers that have band together, they have formed the Save Our School Committee and began brainstorming on ways to keep the school and the students in the community. I sincerely hope that River John School becomes one of the first successful hub model schools in Nova Scotia with the help, encouragement, and support of the Minister of Education. Madam Speaker, all children in Nova Scotia must have equal opportunities and receive equal assistance when needed. In Pictou County, we are fortunate to have the Roots for Youth. This is a place where homeless youth can receive guidance, support, a meal, a shower, laundry services, maybe just a chat. Anything they need to stay in school, to get an education, to stay on the right path to a future as a contributing member of society. Sometimes, Madam Speaker, youth need a place to turn in Pictou County, and it is the Roots for Youth. Last year, they applied to the government for $60,000 to keep the facility open and to continue its work. Madam Speaker, they were turned down. Roots for Youth were denied $60,000, but a similar facility in Yarmouth received $360,000 once a year for 4 years. Words fail me. How does one group get $360,000 a year for 4 years? That amounts to $1.4 million. Yet the youth in Pictou County get zero. Madam Speaker, my daughter one day told me during a debate we were having that if something means something to you, you will find a way. And if it doesn't, Mom, you will find an excuse. Madam Speaker, there is absolutely no excuse in denying Roots for Youth in Pictou County this funding, unless, of course, one feels the youth in one part of Nova Scotia are far more important than those youth elsewhere in Nova Scotia. I just don't know what else to say about that. Like all parents, I want my children to be able to find jobs right here in Nova Scotia, good-paying jobs. If they choose to leave this province when they get older, it should be a choice, not a necessity. Every day, I learn of more and more friends and acquaintances who are heading out west for work. The scary thing is I have realized that there are people my age heading out west, people with small children at home who are without a parent for several weeks at a time or longer. Then I hear of people of my father's generation heading out west to work. Now, Madam Speaker, I'm learning of young people 19 and 20 years old heading out west for work. Madam Speaker, this is 3 generations of people leaving Nova Scotia at once for work. And in fact, I am also learning and know of friends who are retired who had hoped to stay in Nova Scotia to be with their children and their grandchildren, but have also decided to head west to be with their family. So the way I see it, we are even losing our people that are retired. Those who are financially sound, paying their taxes, buying their groceries, investing in their communities, and certainly could afford to stay, but have no family left to stay for. So they pack up and head west too. Madam Speaker, there are 9,000 fewer jobs now than there were at this time last year in Nova Scotia. How does this government plan to develop an immigration strategy to bring people to Nova Scotia when it can't even keep Nova Scotians in Nova Scotia? Madam Speaker, the government must have a job creation plan. 9,000 fewer jobs, 3 generations of people out west working, and businesses are closing every other week. We must make Nova Scotia more business-friendly. We must eliminate the red tape. We must lower business tax, lower power rates to lower the cost of running a business. We must open Nova Scotia for business. Businesses in Nova Scotia are choking in red tape and regulations. This is just not a Pictou West issue. This is a rural Nova Scotia issue. And in fact, it is also becoming an urban reality as well. Madam Speaker, we must make it easier for entrepreneurs and small business operators to function in Nova Scotia. This must happen if we are to turn our economy around. We must promote rural Nova Scotia and all of Nova Scotia. We are entirely too regulated. I have a business owner who called me for help when an inspector stepped in and told him he could no longer do what he had been doing for 4 decades. Gordon Fraser of Millbrook runs a small farm business in Pictou West. He employs a couple of people and has been providing for his family in the farming industry all his life. Gordon has clients all over rural Nova Scotia. Gordon has been told he must stop slaughtering turkeys for his clients because he is not provincially or federally inspected or certified. Now Gordon doesn't sell turkeys. He provides a service to others who raise turkeys. I have personally dropped into Gordon's operation randomly, and I can tell you it is as clean as a whistle. It is okay for untrained people to slaughter their own turkeys in their backyard without any expertise, without any specialized tools, without a building. Yet he was told he can no longer provide this service. Gordon and his clients are rightfully outraged. He has the support of the local agricultural community and the 4-H clubs. My office has received an unprecedented number of calls supporting Gordon and his business. The thing is that these are not only people who use Gordon's services, but people who are sick and tired of being regulated to death. Madam Speaker, Nova Scotians are tired of regulations and high taxes and high power rates and everything else that says we are closed for business. Times are changing. People no longer want to be told what is good for them. People don't want to be regulated by marketing boards.
I would ask that the members, order please, I would ask that the members of the House please keep their volume levels down. The honourable member for Pictou West has the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. People don't want to be regulated by marketing boards. People want choice, a choice to choose what food they want and from where. The buy local movement is sweeping the province, and government must change some of these regulations and allow it to take hold. Rural Nova Scotia is surviving the only way it can, by supporting one another. Farmer markets with local produce, local meat and preserves, everything you can think of. Nova Scotians want a choice. We want to know where our food comes from, and we want to know what we are feeding our families. Madam Speaker, if you ate today, you can thank a farmer. Madam Speaker, it was my pleasure to travel to Antigonish and meet with some of the students from St. Francis Xavier University and speak again to Jonathan Williams, the Executive Director for Students Nova Scotia. The member also from the NDP from Sackville, Copequid, also joined me, and we both heard loud and clear that these students are extremely frustrated with this current government's action to withdraw the graduate retention rebate program. They deserve better, and I hope Jonathan and his colleagues, along with current students enrolled at our many universities, have an opportunity to have their voices heard so that we may provide a more sustainable university system in Nova Scotia for many years to come. Madam Speaker, a Nova Scotian who earns $50,000 paid the second highest personal income tax in Canada. Nova Scotia has the highest sales tax in the country. Madam Speaker, Nova Scotia has the second highest corporate income taxes paid on $400,000 in Canada. And it shares the country's highest general corporate tax rate of 16% and has the lowest small business threshold in Canada at $350,000. If you were a new immigrant to Canada, would you settle in Nova Scotia, and why? If you were a new graduate, would you stay in Nova Scotia? These statistics say we are closed for business. It is up to the government to change this. Government must turn things around. We all must help to change things around. We have a blueprint. We have goals set out in the Ivany report. Now, government must implement legislation to spark new life into Nova Scotia, draw Nova Scotians home again, entice new immigrants to settle here, recognize the importance and reinvigorate rural life. Help, not hinder small and medium-sized businesses, but encourage and provide support and hope. Nova Scotia is a beautiful province, and Pictou West, with its beaches and parks, is right in the heart of it. We have the potential to be a thriving province, but it will take real leadership to get this province on the right path. Madam Speaker, please allow me to extend a big thank you to all the Pictou County constituents. Over the last few weeks, I've attended many fundraising events, from the Terry Fox Run to the Breast Cancer Run for a Cure, to a walk for Parkinson's, right down to a local fundraiser, or a few actually, for individuals beating cancer. And when I add up all the money raised just in the past 3 weeks for these various causes, I have calculated close to over $200,000 was raised. And these are very difficult economic times, but the people of Pictou West, and actually the people of all of Nova Scotia, I'm always amazed at how much money is raised at these fundraisers. So a big shout out to all the kind hearts in Nova Scotia for helping out those who are in situations that are less fortunate at the moment. Madam Speaker, Pictou County is moving forward. My colleagues from Pictou Centre and Pictou East and I have just attended 2 weeks ago the 2020. It's actually called Pictou County 2020, and it was a night that provided much opportunity to engage all walks of life, for their voices and ideas to be heard, to have a sense of belonging, and to know that we all truly want to see Pictou County move forward, and we all know Pictou County can move forward. We just entertained a number of cruise ships in the Pictou area, in the town of Pictou, and I'm very proud to say that this is just the catalyst of many more that will be coming in the future. I believe that's all I have to say. I thank everyone for listening, and I ask everyone to be kind and be well. Thank you.
The Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That concludes the government's business for today. Tomorrow being Wednesday will be Opposition Day, so I would call upon the House Leader for the Progressive Conservative Caucus to give us the business for tomorrow.
The Honourable House Leader for the Progressive Conservative Caucus.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow we'll be calling 3 bills as we have a little more time to debate some bills. So Bill number 2, the Clean Air Act, Bill 53, Veterans Appreciation Act, and Bill number 55, Helping Seniors Stay at Home Act. I now move that the House do rise to meet again between the hours of 1 and 6.
Okay. The motion is that the House rise again to meet on October 29th between the hours of 1 and 6 p.m. Would those in favor of the motion please say aye? 5:30? Sorry. Doesn't matter. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Yeah, just with the new rules, we're advised that it should actually be 1 to 5:30, whereas the late debate will take place at 5:30 to 6, but the actual House will just sit from 1 to 5:30 is the advice that we were given to say out loud. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. The corrected motion is that the House rise to meet again on October 29th between the hours of 1 and 5:30 p.m. Would those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. We stand adjourned until 1 p.m. tomorrow.